Make sure your holiday matches your personality.
Choosing the right holiday is more than just picking a place or experience that sounds fun or interesting, says Arthur Hoffman of Expedia Asia Pacific. Travellers should think carefully about what they and their travel companions are like, and then research travel destinations, he says. This will help ensure the right holiday for the right person and their personality. So here's some advice on what different personality types should look for when picking their next holiday. Extrovert, introvert. Extroverts enjoy holiday experiences that provide high levels of excitement, novelty, risk-taking and social interaction. They tend to prefer big cities, restaurants and crowded cafes, rather than art galleries and temples or churches. They love action-packed holidays that never stop. Introverts are the opposite. They like activities that promote reflection and intellectual or spiritual experiences. Nervous, relaxed. Nervous individuals tend to prefer destinations, cultural activities and food types that remind them of home or of past travel experiences. When travelling overseas, they often choose restaurants that serve food similar to their country of origin. Unusual experiences tend to worry them. Although they prefer not to travel alone, they can find resorts or holiday experiences with high levels of socializing and activities stressful. Relaxed people are just the opposite. They are okay with trips involving unknowns and take new challenges in their stride. Open, closed. Open people will rarely go back to the same destination, unless they have fallen in love with the place and want to explore it further. They enjoy big cities that offer lots of variety, such as Mumbai, London, Paris, New York or Sydney. Closed people visit places they have fond memories of, such as their hometowns. They often go back to the same holiday destination again and again. Conservative, eccentric. Conservative types will often take holidays that others will be impressed by within their immediate social circles. They love telling others where they have been and showing them their latest holiday photos. Eccentrics take holidays that might not win them much social approval, such as bird watching in Siberia. Careful, spontaneous. Careful people like to plan well in advance, way before a holiday even begins. They want to know the exact where, when and why of their holiday, and often have a long list of must-sees. They tend to have strict time and money budgets, and will spend a lot of time researching on the internet and reading travel guides. They often record their holidays through photos, videos, travel diaries or blogs. Spontaneous people don't make plans and will go along with the flow.
1.2 1.
Excuse me, I'm doing a survey. Can I ask you some questions about your name?
OK.
So, what's your name?
Sean Gibson.
Is that S-E-A-N or S-H-A-U-N?
S-E-A-N.
Why did your parents call you that?
I think I'm named after the actor Sean Connery, who played James Bond in the 60s. He was very famous at the time when I was born.
Do you have a nickname?
Actually, at school they used to call me Brains. It was meant to be a joke, I think, because I wasn't a particularly good student.
And are you happy with your name?
I like it. I was usually the only Sean at school, which I think was quite a good thing. But people find it quite difficult to spell, especially as there are two possible spellings, and most foreign people find it really difficult to pronounce.
Would you like to change it?
No, I definitely wouldn't change it.
2.
So I'm just going to ask you a few questions, okay? So, what's your name?
Deborah.
Is that with an H at the end?
Yes, Deborah.
Why did your parents call you that?
I'm actually named after the hospital where I was born, Deborah Hospital in New Jersey, near New York. My dad thought of that.
Do you have a nickname?
No, but everyone calls me Debbie or Deb.
Are you happy with your name?
Not really.
Would you like to change it?
I don't know. When I was little, I renamed myself April and then Caroline. But now I don't like those names either.
3.
So, what's your name?
James.
Is that spelt in the usual way?
Yes, James.
Why did your parents call you that?
I'm not sure. I think they just like the name. I'm not named after anyone or anything like that.
Do you have a nickname?
Not exactly. At university, some of my friends called me Jim for short, but I didn't like it very much. I've always introduced myself as James.
Are you happy with your name?
Yes, I've always liked it.
Would you like to change it?
No, I can't imagine being called something different, but I don't think it really matters anyway. A name is just a name.
4.
Just ask you a few questions, okay? So, what's your name?
Philippa.
How do you spell it?
Philippa.
Why did your parents call you that?
My parents are Scottish, but they were living in England when I was born. They heard the name Philippa. It isn't a common name in Scotland, and they decided that they liked it.
Do you have a nickname?
Well, when I was growing up, everyone called me Pippa for short, which I didn't like at all.
Are you happy with your name?
I hated it when I was growing up because it was different, and not one single person spells it right. But now I don't mind it because it is a bit different.
Would you like to change it?
No, I like it for me.
1.3. 1.
Fish. Chris. Bill. Olivia. Brian.
2.
Tree. Peter. Steve. Emily. Eve.
3.
Cat. Alex. Adrian. Andrew. Anne.
4.
Horse. Or. Sean. George. Paula. Charlotte.
5.
Egg. Adele. Ben. Leo. Jessica.
6.
Train. Sam. Grace. James. Kate.
7.
Phone. Tony. Joe. Robert. Sophie.
8.
Bike. Ryan. Liam. Michael. Simon.
1.4.
Adams.
Evans.
Harrison.
Johnson.
Jones.
Mason.
Murray.
Taylor.
Walker.
Wright.
1.5. 1,
Researchers.
2,
Evidence.
3,
Survey.
4,
The average.
5,
Scale.
6,
Rank.
7,
Likely.
8,
Overall.
9,
Beyond.
1.7.
Good afternoon. This is Uncommon Knowledge, the programme that looks at everyday things from unusual angles. Today, we're talking to the creative director of a company that names companies and products. Welcome, John.
Hello, Sarah.
Now, tell us, how do companies choose their names? Are they usually named after the people who start them?
Well, sometimes. Many companies are named after their founders. For example, the Swedish furniture company, IKEA. The first two letters in IKEA, the I and the K, are the initials of Ingvar Kamprad, the company's founder.
And what about the last two letters, the E and the A? What do they stand for?
The E is for Elmtarid, which is the name of the farm where Ingvar Kamprad grew up.
And the A?
The A is for the name of a village near his hometown called Agunnaryd. I'm not quite sure exactly why this village was important to him, but obviously it was.
I always assumed that IKEA was a Swedish word with some sort of special meaning.
I'm afraid not. But many other companies choose names which have specific meanings. For example, Samsung, the big Korean electronics company.
What does Samsung mean?
In Korean, Samsung means 3 stars. The name was chosen back in the year 1938, and at that time 3 stars was the most impressive rating that people could imagine for hotels and things like that.
So if they'd started the company today, they would probably have called it 5 stars, whatever that is in Korean.
Absolutely. In any case, the company was very different in its early days. For instance, in the beginning, in 1938, Samsung wasn't an electronics company. It was a company which sold fish, vegetables and fruit to China. It didn't start selling electronics until the 1970s.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
And another brand name with a special meaning is Nike, the American company which is famous for its trainers and sports clothes.
I think I know this one. Nike is the Greek goddess of victory, is that right?
Yes, that's right. What's interesting is that Nike wasn't the company's original name. When it started in 1964, its original name was Blue Ribbon Sports. They changed their name to Nike a few years later, in 1971.
Very interesting.
Yes. And another company with an interesting name is Sony, the Japanese electronics company. Sony is a combination of sonus, the Latin word for sound, and sunny, an American slang term that means boy.
Sound plus boy.
That's right. They chose it because it has an interesting meaning and it's easy for people all over the world to pronounce. Obviously, that's an important thing for a business name.
One more question. This time about the American internet company Google. The name has something to do with numbers, I think.
That's right. Google is a word for a very large number. A 1 followed by 100 zeros.
Really? That's quite hard to visualise.
The name shows that there is a huge amount of information online, and you can find it all by Googling it.
Yes, it's a really good name for a search engine.
Yes, indeed. Now, of course, the spelling is different. Google, the company, is Google, but the number is spelled Googol. But that's where the name comes from.
Fascinating. Thanks very much for speaking with us this afternoon.
You're very welcome.
1.8. 1.
He gave me some money.
I'm going to lend her my camera.
They've shown their friends their new flat.
I'll send you an email.
We bought our father some books.
2.
He gave it to me.
I'm going to lend it to her.
They've shown it to them.
I'll send it to you.
We bought them for him.
1.9. 1.
Give me the book. Give it to me.
2.
Give her the shoes. Give them to her.
3.
We gave him the present. We gave it to him.
4.
Bring me the papers. Bring them to me.
5.
I'll give them the information. I'll give it to them.
6.
Did you give her your number? Did you give it to her?
7.
She didn't send me an email. She didn't send it to me.
8.
He can't give us the details. He can't give them to us.
Is your name helping or hurting you?
Most of us never think about our names. They're just names, and they usually don't mean much. Or do they? New research has come out which suggests that our names can affect everything, from our emotional well-being to our career paths, and even how long we live. How people see you. A recent survey asked 6,000 people in the UK to rank common names for men and women in 3 categories: successful, lucky, and attractive. The results showed a strong preference for certain names. People called James and Elizabeth were seen as the most successful, Jack and Lucy were the luckiest, and Sophie and Ryan were the most attractive. Overall, it seems that the best name for men is James, which came near the top in all 3 categories. The least desirable ones were George and Anne, which ranked near the bottom in all categories. Success at school. The potential effects of your name go beyond perceptions. According to several studies, teachers give higher marks to children with attractive names. In the US, where grades are given on a scale from A, excellent, to D, poor, another study found that students with first names beginning with A or B received higher marks than students whose first names started with C or D. Names and careers. Some experts also believe that people are attracted to jobs that sound like their names. One study found that people called Dennis and Denise are more likely to become dentists. There are hairdressers called Harry, artists called Art, and even a lawyer called Sue Yu. Even if your name and job don't match, your name could affect your job prospects. A study found that American employers were more likely to consider the CVs of applicants who have normal-sounding names. Researchers also say that companies are more likely to promote people if their names sound successful. Life expectancy. It may seem incredible, but there is evidence that your name could affect how long you live. Researchers compared the death certificates of people with positive initials, such as JOY or FUN, and people with negative ones, such as DIE or SAD. The results? People with positive initials live about 4 years longer than the average, while people with negative initials die about 3 years sooner. So, if you have an undesirable name, should you change it to a new one? Most experts say no. For most people, having a positive attitude will help more than giving yourself a new name.
1.10 1. Describing people.
Sociable. Responsible. Reliable. Sensible.
Lucky. Bossy. Moody.
Aggressive. Sensitive. Active. Assertive. Attractive. Creative. Impulsive. Possessive.
Ambitious. Envious. Glamorous. Rebellious.
Beautiful. Cheerful. Helpful. Powerful.
Childish. Selfish. Stylish.
1.11 2. Describing places and things.
Recognizable. Incredible. Affordable. Comfortable. Desirable. Profitable. Suitable.
Easy. Dirty. Healthy. Noisy. Risky.
Addictive. Expensive. Impressive.
Delicious. Dangerous. Luxurious. Spacious.
Colourful. Stressful. Successful. Useful.
1.12 3. Full and less.
Helpless. Powerless. Colourless. Useless.
1.13 4. Describing colours. 1.
Bright blue.
2.
Light blue.
3.
Dark blue.
4. Greyish-blue. 1.14. 1,
Glamorous.
2,
Possessive.
3,
Rebellious.
4,
Comfortable.
5,
Creative.
6,
Luxurious.
7,
Envious.
8,
Impressive.
9,
Unhealthy.
10,
Suitable.
1.15.
Why did you decide to try colour analysis, Wendy?
Well, I was sharing an office with a lady who always looked incredibly stylish and well-dressed. And when I asked her what her secret was, she told me that she'd done colour analysis. Another reason was that I was really bored with black. I felt like I wore black too often, and I wanted to wear new colours that were more suitable for me. I didn't know what was wrong with the way I dressed, but I wasn't happy about it. So I brought 2 friends along and we went to see a colour consultant.
What was she like? It was a woman.
Yes, she was a woman. Just wonderful, very friendly and helpful. She put loads of scarves on me that were in different colours and shades. They just drape the scarves around the front of you, like when you go to the hairdressers, and see which ones look best for your skin tone. Once she'd done all the colours for me, then she put me in the right makeup as well.
What colours did she say were best for you?
Well, I learned that I'm a winter person. There are 4 sorts of people: spring, summer, autumn and winter. The winter colours are all very strong. For example, dark purple, a dark blue, fuchsia, and a light purple colour called lobelia, which is named after a flower. Another colour winter people should wear a lot is emerald green. And she said I shouldn't wear yellow or orange, or shades of colours which have a lot of yellow in them, like lime green.
Do you still wear black?
Yes. Winter people are the ones who can wear black. I still do wear it once or twice a week.
What changes did you make after your colour analysis?
The first thing I did was get a couple of affordable T-shirts in my new colours to sort of try it out. I've got a little book with a set of swatches in my colours that I carry with me absolutely everywhere, so I can be sure I'm buying the right colours. Also, my 2 friends were both autumn people, so we did a big clothes swap. I gave them all of my autumn colours, and they gave me all of their winter colours.
Did people notice a change in you?
They definitely noticed. And the most frequently used word was glamorous. Wendy, you look so glamorous. And after a while, I really felt more glamorous. I might just be wearing a T-shirt and a pair of jeans, but in the right colour, and it makes a great difference. Now I feel more confident as a person in the workplace and socially. I feel more confident when I go shopping too. Before, I never knew what to buy and was just hopeless, really.
Would you recommend colour analysis to others?
Absolutely. In fact, about 4 or 5 people in the office saw me and did the same thing. My mother's done it too. I told my husband to do it. They do it for guys as well. But he hasn't agreed yet. But he will.
1.16.
I've lost my suitcase. It's a big blue one.
Expensive laptops are usually more reliable than cheap ones.
1.17. 1,
I feel more tired than I did yesterday.
She's the most stressed person in the office.
2.
She's the cleverest girl in the class.
The old road was much narrower than the new one.
It would be simpler to go back to the beginning.
1.18. 1.
It's a bit cloudier today than yesterday.
This phone's a bit more expensive than that one.
2.
Your job is much more stressful than mine.
The business is much busier than it was last year.
What colour is dead salmon?
There was a time when you could tell what colour something was by its name. Red, green, even lemon yellow or royal blue immediately told us what something would look like. But as anyone who has recently bought clothes, a car, or even children's crayons has probably noticed, the trend for giving colours bizarre names is now everywhere, and the image they create in our mind does not necessarily correspond with the actual colour. One company which may have taken this trend the furthest is the popular UK paint company Farrow & Ball. They sell a wide range of beautiful colours with very unusual names. It's easy to laugh at these names, but in fact, many of them have stories behind them. Dead salmon. Why did the company give this attractive brownish-pink colour such a depressing-sounding name? In fact, the name has been used for this colour for more than 200 years. According to Farrow & Ball, the name comes from an 1805 bill for the painting of the library of an old English country house. Dead actually referred to the paint finish, in the way matte or gloss might today. Arsenic. The name of this pleasant greenish-blue colour may surprise people, who associate the name with a poisonous chemical and think of it as a white powder. However, in the late 18th century, arsenic was used to create a colour called Paris green, which was commonly used in paint and wallpaper. Many people became ill as a result of living in houses with Paris green walls or wallpaper, including, it is said, Napoleon. Monkey puzzle. This dark greyish-green colour is named after a kind of pine tree found in Chile and Argentina. The tree got its English name in the 1800s after examples were brought to London, and somebody commented that it would be very difficult to climb, even for a monkey. Cabbage white. This subtle shade of white, which has a slight bluish hint, also gets its name from nature. It is named after the cabbage white butterfly, so called because the caterpillars feed on cabbages.
1.24. 1. Things to pack. 7.
Adapter.
11.
Brush.
6.
Comb.
18.
Flip-flops.
17.
Guidebook.
4.
Hairdryer.
16.
Insect repellent.
3.
Makeup.
15.
Memory card.
21.
Nail scissors.
13.
Charger.
5.
Pyjamas.
19.
Raincoat.
9.
Razor.
1.
Sunscreen.
14.
Swimming trunks.
8.
Swimsuit.
12.
Toothbrush.
20.
Toothpaste.
10.
Towel.
2.
Wash bag.
1.25. 2. Verb phrases with go. A. Go plus verb plus ing. 5.
Go camping.
8.
Go hiking.
2.
Go sailing.
1.
Go scuba diving.
4.
Go sightseeing.
7.
Go snorkeling.
3.
Go water skiing.
6.
Go windsurfing.
B. Go on plus noun. 1.
Go on a cruise round the Mediterranean.
2.
Go on a tour of a city or a building.
3.
Go on a safari to see wildlife.
4.
Go on a boat trip on a lake.
5.
Go on a package holiday with everything included.
1.26. 3. More verb phrases. 1.
Sunbathe on the beach.
2.
Get sunburnt.
3.
See the sights.
4.
Watch the sunset.
5.
Do voluntary work.
6.
Climb a mountain.
7.
Pack and unpack your bags.
8.
Have a massage.
1.27.
So, in reverse order, the list of things that the British most often leave behind when they go on holiday. At number 10, we have their passports. Yes, believe it or not, many Brits only realise when they get to the airport that they've left their passports at home. At number 9, flip-flops. An easy solution there. They can buy some new ones at their holiday destination. Number 8, their mobile phone. This is bad news, as it's not easy to replace when you're on holiday. But maybe it's a good thing, as it makes it easier to really disconnect without calls or emails. At number 7, toothbrushes. And at number 6, toothpaste. Another easy thing to buy, though, at any local chemist's. At number 5, sunglasses. Yes, Brits have them, but because we don't use them very often, we forget to pack them. And we end up buying another pair, which we will then forget again next time. Number 4, a good book. But nowadays, if you've forgotten a book but you have a Kindle or iPad, it's easy to buy some more wherever you are. At number 3, sunscreen. This is something we really ought to try to remember to take, because sunscreen is often much more expensive in holiday resorts, and you really can't sunbathe or do water sports without putting some on. At number 2, phone chargers. So you remembered your phone, but you forgot the charger. Well, it is possible to buy chargers when you're away, or you might even be able to buy one online and get it delivered to wherever you're staying. Finally, the number one thing people forget to bring is comfortable shoes. We seem to forget that when you go sightseeing or even shopping, not to mention going for walks, comfortable shoes are a must. So next time you pack, make sure all these things are on your checklist.
$1.28.
Scissors. Scissors.
1.29.
Bags.
Cruise.
Flip-flops.
Holidays.
Massage.
Passport.
Pyjamas.
Razor.
Safari.
Sunset.
Swimsuit.
Towels.
1.30.
Snake. S. Flip-flops. Massage. Passport. Safari. Sunset. Swimsuit.
Zebra. Z. Bags. Cruise. Holidays. Pyjamas. Razor. Towels.
1.31. 1.
Please take your laptops out of their cases.
2.
Place all liquids and gels in a clear plastic bag. Nothing over 100 millilitres is permitted. Place all liquids and gels in a clear plastic bag.
3.
Sir, can you take your jacket off, please? All jackets, belts, watches, jewellery, anything with metal in it needs to be removed.
4.
Step this way, sir. Raise your arms, please. Okay, thank you very much.
5.
Is this your bag, madam? Can I have a look inside it, please?
Yes, sure.
I'm sorry, but you can't take this. It's 200 millilitres.
$1.32.
How long have you been an airport screener?
2 years.
What's the most difficult part of the job?
Definitely the repetition.
Mm-hmm.
You say and do the same things again and again and again. I mean, it's so boring. It eats away at you. I also don't like taking and throwing away people's things. But there are certain things you can't bring through security. I often have to take away big bottles of sunscreen and expensive perfume, homemade food, also, razors and scissors and other things, and throw them in the trash, usually in front of the passenger. They look so sad and confused. It makes me feel a little sad for them, too.
What do you like about the job?
The only thing that keeps it interesting is the variety of people you meet. I enjoy talking with people and wondering where they're traveling to and things like that. It really tells you something about society.
What are your colleagues like?
Some are great, but some are terrible. Like if a passenger is moving too slowly, they can be really unkind. Even if it's an elderly traveler or just a businessman with too many electronic gadgets. The bad ones, they shout at people to push their bags through the belt. I mean, they don't have to be rude about it. One of my colleagues refuses to say please and thank you. Can you believe that?
No.
He tells people to lift their arms, show their feet, take off their belt and things like that in a very unkind way.
Why do you think some screeners are so unfriendly?
Well, I think that it really is, as I said before, because of the repetition. I mean, you try standing in the same place and repeating the same instructions to people and watch them make the same mistakes again and again. It's emotionally exhausting.
What are some things that annoy you about passengers?
I always find it surprising when people don't know they have to take off their coats or boots or take out their laptops or that they can't take bottles of water through. Sure, not everyone has the opportunity to travel, but I mean, have these people not picked up a newspaper or watched TV or spoken with someone else who has flown in the last 10 years?
How do passengers treat you, generally?
Some are nice and courteous, especially in the morning. People seem either cheery and warm or, simply tired and indifferent. They're rarely rude in the morning. By the afternoon, people become more stressed and they become less friendly and sometimes angry. They get so upset at us personally. But I mean, we don't make the rules. Someone else does.
1.33 1.
What are the children doing now?
Mark's playing tennis and Anna's reading.
Hi, Marta. Are you waiting for someone?
Yes, I'm waiting for Tim.
2.
I like vegetables now, but I didn't used to.
Oh, now I remember where I left my glasses.
1.34
Do you have any sunscreen?
He's having a shower at the moment.
Do you think we should have lunch in the hotel?
They're thinking about going on a cruise.
I see what you mean.
I'm seeing the hotel manager tomorrow morning.
1.35
I'm leaving tomorrow.
We're seeing our grandparents this weekend.
When are they coming to see us?
She isn't going out tonight. She's staying in.
1.36
The train leaves at 6:30 in the morning.
Our flight doesn't stop in Hong Kong. It stops in Singapore.
When do you arrive in New York?
What different nationalities do on holiday, and what the locals think of them?
A new survey of holidaymakers in Europe and the USA has found that the holiday you enjoy may depend on the country you come from. Some holiday destinations were popular among all nationalities. The beach, for instance, was the undisputed leader among all destinations in the survey. Activity holidays are also popular. For example, cycling, sailing or trekking holidays. Even when their main aim is to relax, travellers said that they enjoyed seeing the sights and visiting places of interest in and around their holiday destination. There are, however, country-specific differences. The Greeks are particularly keen on sport during their holidays, with 75% engaging in some kind of sporting activity. Sunbathing is extremely popular with the Germans. Almost 50% named it as their favourite holiday activity, especially on Spanish beaches. In fact, 25% of high-income Germans are planning to go to Spain in the next 12 months. Going hiking and eating out in upmarket restaurants came second and third for Germans. Citing concerns about skin cancer, only 1 in 10 Americans said sunbathing was something they would do on holiday. Eager to soak up the history and culture that they can't find at home, 46% of Americans prefer to go on tours of museums, historic buildings and other places of interest. About 60% of UK travellers admitted drinking more while away than they would normally do, with 28% saying they had 5 or more alcoholic drinks every day. Another survey, conducted by Expedia, an online travel company, has ranked the Japanese as the world's best tourists. The British and the Canadians rank second and third among the 27 nationalities in the survey. The survey also revealed that the French have the reputation for being the world's worst tourists. Around 4,500 hoteliers across the globe gave their opinions on the best travellers overall, as well as on specific categories including politeness, generosity, behaviour, fashion sense, tidiness, and how much they complain. The survey found that the Japanese, British, Canadians, Germans and Australians are considered the most polite tourists. The French were considered the most impolite. Hoteliers also found the French to be the most frugal and the meanest tippers. The biggest tippers were the Americans, followed by the British, the Germans and the Japanese. The top 3 loudest nations were the Americans, the Italians and the Spanish. The Japanese were ranked as the quietest. The Americans were at the bottom of the list for fashion sense, with the stylish Italians and French taking the top prize. The Japanese, Germans and British were considered the tidiest tourists. The Americans ranked at the bottom here as well. The Japanese were ranked as the least likely to complain, followed by the Canadians and the Swiss. The nationalities who complained the most were the Americans, the Germans and the French.
1.38 1. Places 10.
Bakers.
9.
Butchers.
18.
Chain store.
5.
Chemists.
7.
Delicatessen.
16.
DIY store.
11.
Dry cleaners.
3.
Estate agents.
12.
Fishmongers.
4.
Florists.
13.
Greengrocers.
19.
Health food store.
15.
Hypermarket.
2.
Jewellers.
20.
Laundrette.
14.
Market stall.
8.
Newsagents.
17.
Off licence.
1.
Stationers.
6.
Travel agents.
1.39. 2. Phrasal verbs related to shops and shopping. 1. D.
A lot of local shops and businesses have closed down because of the recession.
2. F.
Do you need any help?
No, thanks. I just want to look round.
3. C.
Did you know they're opening up a new Thai restaurant where that old French one used to be?
4. B.
Is there somewhere where I can try on this sweater?
Yes, the changing rooms are over there.
5. E.
Excuse me, can you help me? I'm looking for a butcher's. Someone told me that there was one near here.
6. A.
Do you have these in a medium?
I'm sorry, we're out of mediums at the moment, but we should be getting some in soon.
1.40. Harry.
I live in Hereford, which is a small town in the UK very near Wales, and our local shopping street, our high street, it has all the normal chains like McDonald's and W.H. Smith, the stationers. There are also some smaller shops that are independently owned. There's a butcher's, a hardware store, things like that. There used to be a department store that was owned by a local family, but it closed down last year. The local shops are already having problems, I'd say. And now they're going to develop a new shopping centre outside town. That'll kill the high street. Also, more people are shopping online now. It worries me because if there are no shops, then the centre of town will just die and become really depressing. Maybe just with pound shops or empty stores.
Kate.
In Toronto, where I live in Canada, the shopping street near my house has everything, from delicatessens and pharmacies to restaurants and clothing stores. There are also corner shops, grocery stores, and chains like Starbucks as well. The smaller, independently owned shops are definitely struggling because people are going to big indoor shopping malls or supermarkets, especially in winter when it's too cold to be walking around outdoors. Online shopping is still not very common due to the long distances between cities and towns in Canada. Postal delivery and overnight delivery aren't really practical.
10.
I'm from Kobe, a city in Japan, and near the train station, we have little shops like a baker's, a cafe, a greengrocer's, and lots of corner shops. But people there shop at department stores mainly. You know, Japanese department stores have everything: clothes, TVs, fruit, and vegetables. I don't often go to small independent shops because I usually need to buy a lot of different things. So it's a lot more convenient to go to a department store. I know the small shops are disappearing and that's a little sad, but better things are replacing them. They're just responding to the customer's needs. It's what the shoppers want.
Bea.
I live in the center of Valencia, in Spain, and my nearest big shopping street is called Calle Colón. I almost always go shopping there, as it's so close. It has pretty much all the shops I like, and a big department store too called El Corte Inglés. It's a Spanish institution. I'd say the small local shops are doing quite well. Of course, some places close down, but then new ones open up. A Japanese chain called Muji, for example, that sells stuff for your house. There are quite a few shopping centers around Valencia, but I never go to them, as they tend to be out of town, so you need a car or bus to get there. And I think the same is true for lots of people around here, and also tourists, like the small shops. Even though I do use them, for me there are two problems with small shops in Spain. One is that they often close at lunchtime, which I find really impractical. The other thing is that small shops don't offer the same sort of service that a big store can, For example, it's more difficult to have things delivered or to change something and get your money back.
1.41. 1.
That's Mark's jacket.
Have you seen Andrew's phone?
He's my sister's boyfriend.
2.
I asked Chris's advice.
3.
This is a photo of my parents' house.
That's the children's bedroom.
4.
We spent the weekend at Paul's.
I went to my grandmother's yesterday.
1.42. 1.
What's the name of the street where you live?
They sat at the back of the bus.
I found the top of the shampoo bottle.
2.
That man over there is a friend of mine.
This is an interesting book of Sarah's.
Tell me about this plan of theirs.
Where's that husband of yours?
1.43.
I'd love to have my own business.
That's my magazine. You can get your own.
Our town is going to get its own shopping centre.
Small bakers often sell their own bread and cakes.
1.44. 1.
Snake. S. My parents' house. My wife's brother.
2.
Zebra. Z. My friend's car. The men's toilets.
3.
Is. Charles's flat. My niece's husband.
1.45.
Maria's mother.
Philip's phone.
Tom's train.
My wife's work.
Max's motorbike.
Mr. Smith's salary.
My neighbour's new dog.
George's job.
1.46. 1.
What's the name of the shop?
2.
Jane's an ex-colleague of ours.
3.
Some friends of mine are coming for dinner this evening.
4.
Is that all your own work?
5.
He lives at the top of the hill.
6.
We're having lunch at Anne's.
7.
They make their own bread.
NotOnTheHighStreet.com, where everything has a story. About us. Award-winning entrepreneurs Holly Tucker and Sophie Cornish founded the website NotOnTheHighStreet.com from a kitchen table. Two working mothers, they loved discovering handmade and beautiful objects for themselves and as gifts, the kind of things that were sold in quirky markets, craft fairs, or small boutiques. But finding these places took time. So Sophie and Holly came up with an idea. What if there were one place which brought together unique and hard-to-find objects from all over the UK? From this idea, NotOnTheHighStreet.com was born. Launched with just 100 sellers, there are now thousands of talented and creative small businesses who sell here, with more joining every week. Each seller hand makes their products and sends them directly to the buyer. Happy shopping!
Some of our sellers. Cressy Wessling. What sort of products do you make and sell?
My husband and I have built our entire business around upcycling, recycling old materials to make something new. We take old fire hoses and create belts, wallets, phone cases and bags from them.
What inspired you to start your business?
Recycling has always been a passion of ours. As soon as I saw some of the London Fire Brigade's old hoses, I instantly fell in love with them. We now collect old hoses across the country, and 50% of the profits go to the firefighters' charity.
Where did you start your company and where do you work now?
It started in a single room where we lived in Brixton, London. Now we have a large workshop. We've recycled over 170 tons of hoses.
Abigail Bryans. Describe your product range. What makes it unique?
I make wooden signs with clever sayings. Champagne is the answer is one of my most popular signs. I also get many fantastic requests for personalised signs from customers.
When did you set up your business and why?
About 10 years ago, I was on my own with 3 small children and no job. Over the years, I had made small gifts like photo frames and sold them to friends. And it was a friend of mine who told me, "Don't be frightened to fail." Hearing those words inspired me to start the business. Now I'm working full-time at my kitchen table in South London.
What are your ambitions for the future?
I would just love my designs to be sold around the world. I'd also love a little workshop so that I didn't have to work in my kitchen.
Edwina Cooper. What inspired you to create your business?
I'd always enjoyed painting, but about 10 years ago I had a stroke. I couldn't speak or move my right hand, which I used to paint. The doctors said I'd never paint again, but I slowly got better. A few years later, a friend asked me to do an illustration for her business. She liked what I did, and it inspired me to start painting again.
How is your health now?
Much better. I'm fully recovered now, and I'm selling my hand-painted cushions on notonthehighstreet.com. I'm so happy that people like what I do.
How does the place where you live influence your products?
My husband, son and I moved to the Isle of Wight about 7 years ago, which is when I started painting cushions at home. I'm inspired by the island, and my customers say my paintings make them feel like they're on the island with me.
1.19.
Day 1, 2 p.m. Jenny Zielinski has just arrived in London. Her husband, Rob, is still in the States, but Jenny's going to visit his dad, Henry, before she starts work. She's carrying a lot of bags and drops them.
Oh!
But a fellow passenger helps her. Are you all right? I'll carry that for you.
Oh, yeah. That'd be great. Thank you.
They don't know it, but a man is watching them. He makes a phone call.
We've just arrived on the flight from New York. He's talking to someone. I'll follow them.
Jenny gets to the queue for passport control. She's chatting to Andrew, the man who helped her with her bags.
And have you been to the UK before?
A few times, actually. I work for a magazine in the States, at New York 24/7, and we have a sister company in London.
I see. And are you here on business this time?
Sort of. I'm here for a few meetings, but I have a couple of days off beforehand. I'm visiting my father-in-law in the countryside. How about you? How was your holiday in New York?
It wasn't really a holiday. I was doing some research there.
That sounds interesting.
It was, but I didn't have much time for sightseeing. Is your husband coming too?
No, he's working.
What does he do?
He's a journalist. He's on assignment in Alaska at the moment.
In Alaska? Wow.
I know, right? I've never been, but he says it's incredible.
I can imagine. A bit different from the English countryside.
That's true.
I better go. Oh, before I forget, here's your laptop.
Oh, yeah. Thanks a lot. Sorry, I didn't ask your name.
Andrew Page. And yours?
Jenny Zielinski. It was nice meeting you.
You too.
And thanks again for helping with my bags.
No problem. Have a great time at your father-in-law's.
I will, if I ever get through here.
Bye then.
Yeah, bye. Take care.
Andrew leaves, but the man follows him. Jenny gets through passport control, but after waiting at baggage reclaim, she discovers that her luggage hasn't arrived. She goes to lost luggage and waits in another queue. While she's waiting, she calls Henry, her father-in-law.
Henry? Hi, yeah, I'm here at last. The flight was late taking off. I'm so sorry you've had to wait for me. I know. And you won't believe this. It looks like my suitcase didn't get here. I'm not sure. It's turning out to be a nightmare. I can't wait to just get back to your house and... Oh, hang on. I have to go. It's my turn. Bye.
One point 20.
Can I help you?
Yeah, my suitcase hasn't arrived.
Which flight were you on?
Flight RT163 from JFK.
I'll take your details and then I can issue you with a reference number. Can I have your name, please?
My name's Jenny Zielinski. That's ZIELINSKI.
And you're a visitor to the UK?
That's right.
How long are you staying for?
10 days.
Okay. How many bags are you missing?
Just one, a suitcase.
Can you describe it for me?
Well, it's kind of grayish blue and hard plastic, I think.
And what size is it?
Oh, it's medium size, like this, and it has wheels.
Anything else?
Yeah, there's a small lock and a label with my name and phone number on it.
And what was in the suitcase?
Just about everything. Clothes, toiletries, all my personal belongings, really.
Can I have your address in the UK?
Oh, just a minute. It's the Grange, Marsh Lane, Long Crendon, Oxfordshire.
And a contact number?
Yes, it's 001 202 494 012.
And finally, can you sign this?
Of course. Do you have any idea where it is? I mean, do you think it's still in New York?
It's possible. We're very sorry for the inconvenience. Here's your reference number. You can track the progress of your luggage online or just give us a call. But we should be able to get it back to you within 24 hours.
That'd be great. Thank you.
One point 21.
Can I help you?
Yeah, my suitcase hasn't arrived.
Okay. How many bags are you missing?
Just one, a suitcase.
Can you describe it for me?
Well, it's kind of grayish blue and hard plastic, I think.
And what size is it?
Oh, it's medium size, like this. And it has wheels.
Anything else?
Yeah, there's a small lock and a label with my name and phone number on it.
And what was in the suitcase?
Just about everything. Clothes, toiletries, all my personal belongings, really.
And finally, can you sign this?
Of course. Do you have any idea where it is? I mean, do you think it's still in New York?
You can track the progress of your luggage online or just give us a call. But we should be able to get it back to you within 24 hours.
That'd be great. Thank you.
One 1.22.
Day 1, 4 p.m. Jenny finally meets Henry, and they walk to the car park where he's left his car.
And we landed on time, but then I couldn't find my suitcase, so then I had to go to lost luggage and report it missing.
Oh, you poor thing. What a journey.
Well, I'm here now.
And it's lovely to see you.
It's great to see you too.
No. Let me take that.
It's okay.
You've had a hard journey. Allow me.
Thanks, Henry.
Jenny and Henry drive off to Henry's house in the country, near Oxford. But the man from the airport has been following them. He makes another phone call.
We've got a problem.
Day 1, 9 p.m. At Henry's house. Jenny calls Rob on Skype.
I can't believe I'm not there with you, Jenny.
Neither can I. It's weird, isn't it?
I really miss you.
Me too. How's Alaska?
Not great. It's been snowing all day. I haven't left the hotel.
Oh no, that's awful.
What are you drinking? Is that coffee?
No, it's tea.
Tea?
It's good, really.
Where's Dad now?
Oh, I think he's getting me something. I'm not sure what.
So why are you using his computer?
Ugh, it's crazy. You know my laptop?
Yeah?
This screen keeps popping up and asking me for a password. I've never seen it before. I'm worried I have a virus.
It's not your day, is it? First your suitcase, and then your laptop.
No, but your dad's being so nice. And he says your cousin Luke will be able to fix my computer for me. Apparently he's kind of a computer geek.
Kind of? He's a genius. If he can't do it, nobody can.
Well, I'm going to go and see him tomorrow.
Here's a pair of my pajamas you can use, Jenny.
Oh, wow. You'll look great in those, Jenny.
Safe in the house, Jenny and Henry have no idea that the man, whose name is Grant, is outside in the dark, watching. He makes another phone call.
Selina Lavelle.
Selina? It's Grant. She's in the house, but she isn't alone. I could come back tomorrow with...
No. Stay there. All night if you have to.
Yes, boss.
1.23.
And it's lovely to see you.
It's great to see you too.
No. Let me take that. You've had a hard journey. Allow me.
It's weird, isn't it?
I really miss you.
Oh no, that's awful.
It's not your day, is it? Oh, wow. You'll look great in those, Jenny.
1.47.
What's your name?
My name is Dermot.
Where does it come from?
It's an Irish name, and it comes from an old Irish myth.
Who chose your name?
My mother chose my name. I was born in England, and my mother's Irish. I think she didn't want me to forget my Irish heritage, so she gave me a very Irish name.
Can you tell me about your name? Where does it come from?
My name actually I'm kind of named for my dad. My dad's name is Edward, and so my name is Ed with an Isha on the end, so it's Edisha.
Do you know who chose your name?
My mom chose my name because she wanted to name me after my dad. And I actually have two middle names, Myra and Maria, and those were because my aunts were feuding over what my middle name should be, so then my mom just gave me both of them.
What's your favourite colour?
It's hard to say what my favourite colour is now because I probably don't really have one, but when I was a kid, I have a twin brother and my mum used to make us birthday cakes for our birthday, and his was always blue and mine was always green. And so I think green was kind of my favourite when I was younger, but maybe not now.
What's your favourite car colour?
Probably red. I mean, that's a bit of a stereotype, but I do like red cars.
Why?
They look good. They look like they could be fast, and I don't know, I've never really thought about it.
Have you ever had a disastrous holiday?
I remember going to Scarborough, which is on the north-east coast of England, when I was about 4 or 5. And it was a family holiday. Went with my parents and my grandparents and my aunt and uncle. And the weather was appalling. It was terrible. And it rained every day. It was freezing cold. And all I can remember is just sitting, looking out of the window of the hotel, looking at the sky, hoping it was going to stop raining, which it never did. And we just sat there arguing, like families do.
What sort of things do you buy online?
I buy most of my shopping stuff online, like shoes or clothes, because I don't like how crowded malls can get.
What else do you buy online?
Shoes, clothes, if I purchase tickets for anywhere, pretty much whatever you can buy online, I buy online.
Is there anything you'd never buy online?
I would probably not buy a car online, but otherwise I probably would buy most things online.
Recycling facts and figures.
UK households produced over 30 million tonnes of waste last year, of which 25% was collected for recycling. This figure is still quite low compared to some other EU countries, some of which recycle over 50% of their waste. There is still a great deal of waste which could be recycled that ends up in landfill sites. Some interesting facts. Up to 60% of the rubbish that ends up in the dustbin could be recycled. On average, 16% of the money you spend on a product pays for the packaging, which ultimately ends up as rubbish. Up to 80% of a vehicle can be recycled. 9 out of 10 people would recycle more if it were made easier. Aluminium. 24 million tonnes of aluminium is produced annually, 51,000 tonnes of which ends up as packaging in the UK. £36 million worth of aluminium is thrown away each year. Aluminium cans can be recycled and ready to use in just 6 weeks. Glass. Each UK family uses an average of 500 glass bottles and jars annually. Glass is 100% recyclable and can be used again and again. Glass that is thrown away and ends up in landfills will never decompose. Paper. It takes 70% less energy to recycle paper than to make it from raw materials. 12.5 million tonnes of paper and cardboard are used annually in the UK. The average person in the UK throws away 38 kilograms of newspapers per year. It takes 24 trees to make 1 tonne of newspaper. Plastic. 275,000 tonnes of plastic are used each year in the UK. That's about 15 million bottles per day. Most families throw away about 40 kilograms of plastic per year, which could otherwise be recycled. The use of plastic in Western Europe is growing by about 4% each year. Plastic can take up to 500 years to decompose.
2.2 1.
A girly girl.
2.
Being naughty.
3.
Quarrelling.
4.
A bookworm.
5.
A tomboy.
6.
A well-behaved child.
2.3 1.
I saw him 2 minutes ago.
Humans didn't live in cities until about 8,000 years ago.
Where did you grow up?
2.
What were you doing at 7 o'clock this morning?
He was texting a friend when the accident happened.
Sorry, what did you say? I wasn't listening.
2.4 1.
We used to live in Rome.
I used to have very long hair.
2.
I often went to the cinema when I lived in London.
He never wore a suit and tie when he was a student.
2.5 1.
Tie. T. I used to be shy. I liked animals.
2.
Dog. D. I've changed a lot. I enjoyed exams.
3.
Id. I started school. It ended in tears.
2.6 1.
I hated eating vegetables.
2.
We looked alike.
3.
I tried everything.
4.
We lived abroad.
5.
I hope to pass.
6.
We decided to move.
2.7. 1.
I worked as a waiter last summer.
2.
We play role-playing games on Saturday nights.
3.
We lived in America for 6 months.
4.
We watched a lot of TV last night.
5.
I usually cook at weekends.
6.
I look like my sister.
2.8.
When was the last time you stayed at a hotel?
Last year. We were driving to the south for a holiday, and we stopped at a hotel for the night on the way.
Did you used to go to hotels when you were a child?
No, we used to spend the holidays at my grandparents'. They lived in a village in the country.
2.9. 1.
In his late 40s.
2.
A baby.
3.
A pensioner.
4.
A toddler.
5.
A child.
6.
A teenager.
7.
In her mid-30s.
8.
In his early 20s.
9.
A pre-teen.
2.10.
Welcome back. Up next, age and the generation gap. We know how hard it can be to tell someone's age, but in fact it turns out there may be a way that's quite simple. It's called the mosquito tone test, and Mark is here to tell us more.
Thanks, Sue. The mosquito tone is a sound. A very high-pitched, very annoying sound, which is why it's named after the insect. What's interesting is that apparently, as we age, we slowly lose our ability to hear this sound. According to scientists, almost everyone under the age of 25 can hear the mosquito tone, but almost no one over 25 can hear it.
Really? Is that right?
Yes. And to test this out, I actually played the tone for my family last night. My wife and I heard absolutely nothing at all, but our teenage daughters could hear it. And in fact, they complained that it was an irritating sound that was quite painful to hear.
Oh no! Well, at the risk of irritating some of our younger listeners' ears, why don't we play the tone briefly now?
OK, here goes. I'm playing the tone in 3, 2, 1.
Have you played the tone yet?
I just did. Or at least I think I did.
Well, I suppose that just confirms that neither of us are under 25.
2.11.
Now, Mark, apart from testing a person's age, what is the mosquito tone being used for?
This has actually become an interesting controversy. Because the sound is so annoying, and because only the young can hear it, the mosquito tone is being used to keep teenagers away from certain places.
What kinds of places?
Well, for example, from shopping centres. As you know, in some towns you get large groups of young people hanging around shopping centres and causing trouble. And some shop owners say that these gangs can annoy other customers or frighten them away, which is obviously not good for business. So now these centres can play the mosquito tone over their audio system, and the groups of teenagers will feel uncomfortable and leave the area. But of course, the sound won't annoy the other customers at all, as they don't hear it.
Have you spoken to any of these shop owners?
Yes, I have. And they said that the mosquito tone has worked very well for them. And they also said that although it's true that the mosquito tone is certainly very annoying, it doesn't hurt the teenagers.
It sounds like rather a good idea to me. But you said this was a controversy. Who's against it?
Well, there are some groups of people who are trying to ban the mosquito tone. They've pointed out a number of problems with it. Firstly, they worry that the sound really is harmful. But more to the point, they say that the mosquito tone affects all young people, some of whom are well-behaved and just want to go shopping. And finally, they say that the mosquito tone doesn't actually stop the problem of teenage gangs. It just drives them from one place to another.
Those do seem like good points.
Yes, indeed. And there's also an interesting twist. Some teenagers have discovered an advantage to the mosquito tone.
Oh, yes?
Well, the mosquito tone has also been released as a ringtone for your mobile. So in secondary schools that don't permit mobile phones, teens can use their phones in class. They can receive calls and messages during lessons, and teachers don't have any idea what is happening.
Because the teacher can't hear it. That must really annoy them.
That's right. And if they can't hear it, they can't put a stop to it.
Under 16, this is no place for you.
As from today, teenagers under 16 will be banned from the centre of the Welsh town of Bangor at night. This is the first time a town in the UK has banned children from an entire city centre. The aim of the new rule is to reduce crime and antisocial behaviour in the town centre. In the last year, the area has seen a large number of robberies committed by young people. The new curfew, which applies between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m, means that any person under 16 who is caught in the centre of town without a parent or adult guardian could go to jail for 3 months or pay a £2,500 fine. Both parents and some politicians have criticised the rule, which they say treats all young people like criminals. Sports groups, youth centres, and even churches could be affected, they say. One mother said, "My son is 16 and he wouldn't be allowed to walk home from the bus stop with these rules." Another resident said, "The idea is simply crazy."
2.13
Excuse me, could you possibly take a photo of us?
Yeah, sure. Which button do I press?
This one here. It's automatic. Just press it.
Right. You want the tower in the background, I suppose?
Yes, please.
Can you take it so it looks, as if we're holding up the tower?
Yeah.
All right. I'll try. Can you move back a little?
Yeah.
A little to the right?
Oh.
Just a minute. There's someone behind you. Okay. I think that's okay. Do you want to have a look?
Oh, that is so great! Oh, but I moved. It's a bit blurred. Could you take just one more?
Oh, all right.
2.14 1. Describing a photo. Photo 1. 1.
In the background, there's a mountain and some low cloud.
2.
In the bottom right-hand corner, there's a grandmother and 3 children.
3.
The boy in an orange t-shirt is standing in front of his grandmother.
4.
In the centre of the photo, there's a building with lots of steps.
5.
There's a small building that looks like a temple on top of a small hill.
Photo 2. 6.
In the foreground, there's a woman standing on a terrace looking at the view.
7.
The woman is standing behind a low wall looking at the view.
8.
Opposite the woman, there's a building with a tower that looks like a church.
9.
In the distance, on the left, you can just see an old building which looks like a ruin.
10.
In the top right-hand corner, there are 2 cypress trees.
2.15. 2. Taking photos. 1. E.
You use flash when you want to take a photo somewhere dark, for example, indoors or at night.
2. A.
You zoom in when you are far away from something and you want to take a close-up of it.
3. F.
A photo can be out of focus if your camera isn't automatic and you haven't used the right settings.
4. D.
Many cameras have a portrait setting to use when you want to take a photo of a person.
5. C.
A photo can be blurred if you move when you're taking it.
6. B.
With good cameras, you can use different lenses. For example, a wide-angle lens, when you can't step far away from your subject, but you want to get all of it in the picture.
7. G.
You enlarge a photo when you want to make it bigger.
2.16. 1.
Photograph.
2.
Photographer.
3.
Photography.
4.
Photographic.
5.
Photogenic.
6.
Photocopy.
2.17. 1.
There's a tree in the background.
2.
In the foreground, there's a girl.
3.
You can see a house in the distance.
4.
There's a man behind her.
5.
It's a close-up of a watch.
6.
It's out of focus.
7.
Is your camera automatic?
2.18.
What inspired you to become a photographer?
My cousin, who was 10 years older than me, built a darkroom in his house, which I used to visit. From the moment I saw a developing photograph appearing like magic on a piece of paper under the red light, I was completely hooked. At the same time, my school started a photography club, so I joined it. I soon knew it was what I wanted to do, and later I went on to study photography and filmmaking at university.
What sort of people do you usually photograph, and where?
I've mainly photographed classical musicians and their ensembles and orchestras. I usually photograph them at work, and they often perform in wonderful buildings, which are also great for photography. So I've had the chance to work in palaces and churches in Rome, Vienna, Salzburg, Paris, and other places.
Have you had any other famous clients?
Yes, several. I was once asked to photograph Prince Charles, for example.
And how did that go?
In fact, it was a bit embarrassing. He was visiting a mosque, and though there were many other press photographers there, I was the only one who was given permission to enter the mosque at the same time as the prince. When I got to the door, I was asked to take my shoes off, and I realised that I had an enormous hole in one of my socks. I was so embarrassed. All I could think about was this hole as I tried to get shots of Prince Charles. And then he left through a different door, and I had to follow him, still in my socks.
Do you have a favourite portrait of a celebrity?
I have lots. But, for example, there's a portrait of Meryl Streep by Annie Leibovitz, where she's wearing a face mask. It's absolutely wonderful.
2.19.
What are some tricks to taking a good portrait?
Each situation is different, and what works for one person may not work for another. The most important thing is to get people to relax. Being photographed makes most people nervous and insecure, so assuming they're not professional models, generally it's best not to have other people around watching the photo shoot. Once people relax, they can even enjoy the process, but it does take a long time. So another important thing, if you want to have a good photo taken of you, is not to be in a hurry. I often need between 3 and 4 hours.
What else can the person who is being photographed do to improve the picture?
To start with, they should wear comfortable clothes, and if they can, if it's a studio photo, bring some different clothes with them, things that they feel good in.
What about makeup?
If people are used to wearing makeup, then they should use it, because, again, it will make them feel good. Actually, makeup is often a good thing, and in fact, even for men, a little powder can make them look better under studio lights.
Oh. What about how to pose?
Well, standing up straight isn't usually a good pose. You can get much more interesting pictures of people, for example, sitting on the floor, leaning against the back of a chair, or sitting just on the edge of a chair. Interestingly, sometimes it's a good thing for people to feel a bit uncomfortable, because the more uncomfortable people are, the less they think about their expression, and the better the pictures can be. It also helps if people look away and only turn to the camera at the last moment.
Brian, thank you very much, and I'll try to remember those tips.
2.20.
She sat in the square and watched the tourists.
There's a box under your bed.
You'll find some cash inside my purse.
The cups are on that shelf there.
There's a man standing in front of the gate.
2.21.
They flew over the city.
He ran across the road.
He walked through the door.
Go along the street past the supermarket.
Don't run down the steps, you'll fall.
2.22. 1.
We waited for the film to start.
They all laughed at me.
2.
I'm worried about my camera. The flash isn't working.
She's interested in astrology.
3.
He's good at spending other people's money.
She believes in taking lots of pictures and then choosing the best.
2.23. 1.
I really love this photo, even though I look a bit strange in a dress that was obviously too big and a coat that was too small. But it's the way that my grandfather and I are looking at each other that I love about it. We were about to go for a walk and are standing just in front of the door of his house on the steps. It was a really cold day, so he'd lent me his fur hat. I don't know who took the photo. Probably my grandmother. But it's a lovely reminder of my grandfather, who died a few years ago. I have it in a frame on my desk, and both my mother and my grandmother have a framed copy of the same photo. We all love it.
2.
My favourite photo ever, not just from my childhood, but in my whole life, is this one that my dad took when we went camping. I'm standing in the mountains, and on a rock in front of me is this animal called a marmot. It's like a big mouse, and they're quite common round here. The marmot was standing incredibly close to me, and it almost looks as if it's smiling at the camera. It wasn't shy at all. A strange thing is, I always remembered the day the photo was taken, but I actually didn't see the photo with my own eyes until last year, when I turned 35. My parents found a load of old photos and scanned them for me so that I'd have them in digital form. I wanted to enlarge this one and make it into a poster, but the file wasn't big enough.
3.
Oh, there are loads of childhood photos to choose from, but one of my favourites is this one, which was taken by my dad. He was always the family photographer, and I think it was a day when we went for a picnic with my brothers and cousins. Oh, in the picture, I'm the little blonde one in the front. I think I was about 7 or 8. And the 2 boys on the right are my brothers, and the rest are my cousins. It reminds me of how close I am to my extended family. So I look at it when I miss home, and it cheers me up. I used to have it stuck on my fridge, but now it's packed away in a box somewhere. But my mum uploaded it onto Facebook, so now I can look at it any time.
How safe are your digital photos?
In the past, your grandmother probably kept her photos in a box or in an old album, and sadly over time these memories faded or disappeared. But with today's technology, that shouldn't be a problem. A digital photo lasts forever, right? Actually, think again. Though it is still a good idea to preserve all of your photos as digital computer files, there are plenty of things that can damage or even destroy those high-tech memories. Digital files can deteriorate. Very few people realise this can happen, but if you store your photos as JPEGs, the most common file format, the file will actually deteriorate every time you copy or resave it. Experts disagree about how much damage this can do, but the damage is real. How long will they last? Your files may be safe on your hard drive, but how long will your hard drive last? The average is just 5 years. Before then, one big magnet could erase your drive in an instant. You could back up your photos on a CD-ROM, but they don't last much longer. About 10 to 20 years at most, experts say. Technology becomes obsolete. Let's say all goes well, and your CD-ROM full of photos lasts for 20 years. By then, will there still be any CD-ROM drives in the world that can read the disk? This is also true for flash drives, memory cards, and the rest. Today's high-tech storage solution is tomorrow's useless floppy disk. Safe online? People talk about saving their files in a magical place on the internet, like Apple's iCloud or Dropbox. But this just means your files are in a company's data centre on, guess what? A whole load of hard drives, which could die or go bad just as easily as your own. Just recently, a summer thunderstorm hit a cloud storage centre in the US, and major sites like Netflix, Pinterest and Instagram were knocked offline for almost a whole day. Thousands of files were lost. Photo sites come and go. Websites like Flickr and Instagram let you quickly upload photos and share them with others. But bear in mind that a photo site which is popular now could one day go out of business, taking your photos with it. So what should you do? Experts say to make lots of copies of your photos and save them in many different ways. On your computer, on a backup drive, online, and even as traditional printed photos. It may be too late to save Grandma's photos, but you can still preserve yours.
2.29
Sunday.
Dave and I meet Ash and Ross, two London freegans who will train us how to find food in the rubbish. Ash is 21 and his friend Ross is 46. This is Ash.
First you need the right equipment. Take gloves and a torch. Also you have to know where to go. Small to medium-sized shops are probably best. The larger shops lock their bins.
We're in the car park behind a supermarket. It's 5 p.m. and dark, so people don't notice us. Ash and Ross walk confidently to the bins, lift the lids, and start looking for food. The first bin bag we open contains frozen meals, including chicken curry and chili con carne. The meals haven't been opened, and the sell-by date is today. Underneath are 10 tubs of ice cream with the same sell-by date. At the bottom is a carton of eggs. The sell-by date is next week. Ross says this isn't surprising.
We get a lot of eggs. Sometimes if one breaks, they just throw away all of them. But, just be careful when choosing what to eat. If the packaging is open or it's past the sell-by date, don't take it. Oh, and wash everything you find before you eat it.
Monday.
Now it's time for Dave and me to try Freganism on our own. As we begin, it's freezing cold. After an hour and a half of searching, we still haven't found one unlocked bin. Eventually, we go behind a smaller supermarket and... success! The bins are open. There's a plastic bag full of vegetables at the bottom. So while Dave holds the lid open, I reach in. A couple of people are watching us, and I'm so embarrassed. But the bag's full of potatoes, apples and carrots, and there's nothing wrong with them. We'll make a nice soup with them. Now we just need bread. We look inside a coffee shop's bin, and there is some. But we're right outside the station and it's rush hour. We're too embarrassed to take it. So we go to the bins outside a nearby supermarket, where we find a plastic bag of sliced bread. The bag is unbroken and the sell-by date is today. At home, after washing the vegetables, we cook a delicious soup, which we have with the bread. Dessert is baked apples. Wonderful.
2.30
Tuesday.
I don't feel ill. A good start. So we enjoy a Freegan breakfast of avocados, which were a present from Ash and Ross, and we have the rest of yesterday's bread. We decide to visit the bins by the supermarket where we found the vegetables yesterday. Again, we find lots of vegetables and fruit. Potatoes, peppers, a melon and some salad. The salad is close to the sell-by date, but if it were in your fridge, you'd eat it. Other sell-by dates are not for another week. I don't understand why they were thrown away. After a lunch of yesterday's soup, we search at bakeries but find nothing. Luckily, we found enough food this morning for dinner and tomorrow's breakfast. We've decided that it's okay to use a few shop-bought ingredients such as pasta, so on the menu tonight is a spicy pasta soup with green peppers and the carrots from yesterday. For dessert, we have another baked apple.
Wednesday.
Today, after a breakfast of melon, we head off to check out the bins in the market, which smell terrible compared with the supermarket rubbish. We find enough food to eat like kings: sausages, cabbage, lemons, and some onions. Although 3 days is a short time to live as a freegan, I've already learned that a lot of food is thrown away for no good reason. Perhaps I should continue with my freegan lifestyle. After all, the food we found after a good wash was the same as the food you buy in a shop, except, of course, it was free.
2.31. 1.
Ash and Ross walk confidently to the bins, lift the lids, and start looking for food.
2.
At the bottom is a carton of eggs.
3.
If the packaging is open or it's past the sell-by date, don't take it.
2.32. 1. Rubbish. Nouns and phrasal verbs. Nouns. 1.
Rubbish.
2.
Waste.
3.
Bin.
4.
Bin bag.
5.
Waste paper basket.
6.
Dustman.
7.
Landfill site.
2.33. Phrasal verbs. 1.
If that pen doesn't work, just throw it away. I hate having pens around that don't work.
2.
Please, could you take out the rubbish? I did it yesterday.
3.
I'm moving house in a few weeks, and I've decided to give away a lot of books and clothes to a charity shop.
4.
In many countries, there are special containers for used glass and cardboard. People then come and take it away to be recycled.
2.34. 2. Packaging. 4.
Bottle.
10.
Can.
5.
Cardboard box.
12.
Carton.
1.
Jar.
7.
Lid.
11.
Packet.
2.
Plastic bag.
6.
Polystyrene tray.
14.
Pot.
9.
Sell-by date.
13.
Tin.
3.
Tub.
8.
Wrapper.
2.35. 3. The prefix re. 1.
There's a bottle bank at the local supermarket where you can recycle all your glass bottles and jars.
2.
Many supermarkets now charge extra for plastic bags. They prefer customers to have shopping bags which they can reuse.
3.
If you're not sure about the project, you should rethink the whole thing.
4.
You can reheat your dinner in the microwave.
5.
They'll have to replay the match next Saturday.
6.
You should reapply sunscreen every hour if you have fair skin.
2.36.
Fish. Bin. Garbage. Lid. Packaging.
Bike. Diet. Lifestyle. Reapply. Recycle.
Train. Away. Date. Tray. Waste.
2.37. 1.
Could you take the rubbish out? It's beginning to smell.
I'll do it as soon as this programme finishes, I promise.
2.
Shall I take your plate now, madam?
Yes, thanks. It was delicious, but I couldn't finish it all.
3.
What are you going to do when you finish school? I know you've made plans.
I'm going to have a gap year and work on a conservation project in Peru.
4.
I'm a bit worried about the picnic. I think it'll rain this afternoon.
Well, on the internet it says it'll be sunny. I wouldn't worry if I were you.
5.
Don't put bottles in the rubbish. We need to take them to the bottle bank.
OK, I won't do it again.
2.38. 1. Predictions.
Who do you think will win tomorrow's game?
The climate probably won't change much in the next 5 or 10 years.
2. Future facts.
I'll be at work on Monday.
The election will be on the 6th of May.
3. Instant decisions.
Is that the phone ringing?
Yes, I think so. I'll get it.
4. Promises.
Have you been using my laptop? You didn't switch it off.
Oh, sorry. I'll remember next time.
The battery's almost run down.
Sorry. I promise I won't do it again.
5. Offers and suggestions.
I'll cook dinner tonight.
Shall I throw away this bread?
What shall I do with my old phone?
Where shall we go for lunch today?
2.39. 1. Plans.
I'm going to buy a new phone this weekend.
He's going to make pizza for dinner.
2. Predictions.
England aren't going to win. They're 3-0 down and there are only 10 minutes left.
It's getting cloudy. The weather forecast says it's going to rain this afternoon.
Got a new mobile? Think twice before you throw the old one away.
Recycling our old mobile phones is something we often mean to do. But by the time we remember to do it, we decide that they're so old they're worthless, and we throw them away. But are they, really? In fact, most mobiles can be repaired and sold again. Only about 3 to 4% of the phones we receive can't be repaired, says Simon Walsh, Sales and Marketing Director for a British phone recycler. As a phone arrives at a recycling centre, it goes through a rigorous testing process, which starts with a check to ensure that it's not been lost or stolen. Then components such as the keypad are checked. Many phones are then passed to specialised repair centres. Even mobiles that can't be repaired are valuable. They contain small quantities of metals, such as platinum, which are used to make jewellery. Batteries contain nickel, which can be used to make stainless steel for saucepans. The plastics in phones can be melted down to be made into traffic cones. Of the phones that can be reused, about 20% stay in the UK. The rest of them are sent to places in Asia and Africa, where they are especially needed because there are few landlines. But there's more to it than that. It's good to recycle and reuse second-hand mobiles from the UK, but the countries which receive the mobiles also need to recycle them. If they don't, the phones will still end up in landfill. This is a growing problem because some mobile phone parts contain dangerous chemicals. Some phone batteries have cadmium, a metal which can cause lung cancer. The phone's electrical circuits contain lead, which can cause brain damage. It's estimated that there are more than 500 million used mobile phones around the world. If we send all of them to landfills, over 130,000 kilos of lead will be released into the soil. As demand for mobiles and smartphones increases, the problem is going to get even worse. The even greener alternative to recycling seems almost unthinkable. It's to keep your current phone for more than the usual 12 months.
2.40 1. Higher education. 1.
Campus.
2.
Undergraduates.
3.
Postgraduates.
4.
Dissertation.
5.
Thesis.
6.
Professors.
7.
Faculties.
8.
Halls of residence.
9.
Tutor.
10.
Seminars.
11.
Lectures.
12.
Webinars.
2.41 2. Applying for a job or course. What you may need to have. 1.
Qualifications.
2.
Experience.
3.
Skills.
4.
A referee.
What you may need to do. 5.
Look out for job vacancies or courses.
6.
Apply for a job.
7.
Write a CV and a covering letter.
8.
Attend an interview.
9.
Get a job offer or an offer for a place on a course.
10.
Work as an intern or a trainee.
2.42
Attend.
Degree.
Dissertation.
PhD.
Postgraduate.
Professor.
Qualifications.
Referee.
Residence.
Scholarship.
Seminar.
Tutorial.
Undergraduate.
Vacancy.
2.44. 1.
Well, Emma, your qualifications are excellent, and you've got a lot of great experience. Oh, thank you. I'm glad to hear it. If we offer you the job, when will you be able to start? How about tomorrow?
2.
OK, Stephanie, you have some of the qualifications we're looking for, but not enough experience.
I understand.
If we offered you the job, you would need a lot of training. I'm afraid we don't have the budget for that at the moment.
I see. Well, thanks very much for considering me.
2.45. 1.
If I have time, I'll write my CV tonight.
If you don't work hard, you won't get promoted.
2.
If he does well at school, he can go to a good university.
I might go back to college if I can't find a job.
If you apply for that job, you must prepare an up-to-date CV.
If they fail their exams, they should take them again.
3.
If you get an interview, think carefully about what to wear.
2.46. 1.
If I had more money, I wouldn't need evening work.
If they offered you a part-time job, would you accept it?
2.
I might meet more people if I lived in a hall of residence.
You could apply for a scholarship if you got a place to study in the US.
3.
If he was here, he'd know what to do.
I'd take it back to the shop if I were you.
2.47. 1.
If you don't have any work experience, apply for an internship.
2.
If you don't speak English, you won't be able to get a job abroad.
3.
If you're asked to an interview, make sure you wear a suit or smart clothes to make a good impression.
4.
If you put something false on your CV, it'll always be found out in the end.
5.
If you use a social networking site, you'll have more opportunities of finding work.
2.47. 1.
If you don't have any work experience, apply for an internship.
2.
If you don't speak English, you won't be able to get a job abroad.
3.
If you're asked to an interview, make sure you wear a suit or smart clothes to make a good impression.
4.
If you put something false on your CV, it'll always be found out in the end.
5.
If you use a social networking site, you'll have more opportunities of finding work.
2.24.
2, 9 a.m. Jenny has come to the UK for work and a bit of holiday. She's staying with her father-in-law Henry outside Oxford. She had some problems on her first day. Her suitcase didn't arrive, and her laptop isn't working for some reason. Henry says that Luke, Rob's cousin, who lives in Oxford, will be able to fix her laptop. While they're walking to Henry's car to drive to Luke's house, Jenny's phone rings.
Hello? Yes, it is. Oh, that's great news. Thank you. Later today? Great. Now I won't have to buy new clothes. Yep, that's the right address. Bye.
Good news?
Great news. They found my suitcase, and they're bringing it over later today.
Excellent. Right, I'll take you to my nephew's house so he can fix your computer.
I'm looking forward to meeting Luke.
Oh, you'll like him. He's a bright boy. Not that I understand a word he says.
I bet he doesn't know much about Greek mythology either.
You're probably right.
Henry looks at one of the front wheels of his car.
Oh, that's funny.
What's wrong?
The tyre's flat.
Do you have a spare?
Well, yes, but it shouldn't be flat. It's new and...
He walks round and looks at the other front wheel.
Oh, I don't believe it.
What is it?
They're both flat. They've been punctured.
What? Somebody did that on purpose? In the English countryside?
You get vandals everywhere these days. Well, I'll just have to stay here and see if I can get the AA to bring out another spare tyre. I'll call you a taxi.
Isn't there a bus I could catch?
Well, there's a bus stop on the main road. You could get the bus to Oxford from there, I suppose.
How do I get to the bus stop?
The quickest way is the footpath at the back of the house.
I think I'll do that then.
Well, are you sure you want to get the bus? How will you find Luke's house?
You gave me the address. I can look it up on my phone if I get lost.
Ah, yes, of course. But this is really inconvenient for you. You were going to borrow my car, weren't you?
No, don't worry, Henry. I had actually decided to rent a car anyway. I'll need it for work, and it'll probably be cheaper to rent here than in London. I can get one while Luke is working his magic.
Well, if you're absolutely sure, just go to the back door and you'll see the path. Follow that. Takes you to the bus stop.
Okay. Oh, I'd like to cook dinner this evening to thank you for having me.
Oh, you don't need to do that.
I want to.
Well, if you're sure. What time?
How about 7 o'clock?
Great. And I'll keep my phone on in case you need me.
See you later, Henry.
Bye.
Jenny leaves to catch the bus, and Henry phones the Automobile Association. Suddenly, a dark car draws up in front of the house. The driver is a strange man he has never seen before.
Who's that?
Day 2, 11 a.m. Jenny finally arrives at Luke's house in Oxford.
Luke?
You must be Jenny. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
You too. Come in. Would you like some coffee? I've just made some.
I'd love to, but I'm running a bit late. We had trouble with the car, and then the bus took forever, and I really need to get to a car rental place. I'm really sorry, but could I just leave the computer with you?
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, that's great. I feel awful just leaving it here like this.
Honestly, don't worry about it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's cool. I love doing this kind of thing. I'll send you a text and let you know how I'm getting on.
That's nice of you, Luke. Thanks. See you later.
See you later.
.25.
Inside a car rental shop, the assistant is watching the news on TV on the counter. On the TV screen, there's a photograph of Heathrow Airport, and the headline, Airport Assault.
The man found unconscious at Heathrow Airport yesterday has been named as Andrew Page, a research scientist from Oxford. Police believe he was attacked.
Hello. Can I help you?
Oh, hi. I'd like to rent a car, please.
Have you hired from us before?
No.
OK, could I see your driving licence, please?
Yeah.
Great. So, what kind of car are you looking for?
Nothing too big. It's just for me.
OK, so a compact. 3-door?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
For how long?
9 days.
Automatic or manual?
An automatic, please. Any additional drivers?
No, just me.
Great. Well, we have several models I can show you, but I'd recommend the Vauxhall Corsa. It's £65 per day, and that includes insurance.
That sounds promising. Can I take a look?
Of course. But first, I'd like to run through some of the basics. The petrol tank is full when you start, so if you return it with a full tank, there's no extra charge.
Great.
But if you get any parking tickets or speeding fines, you have to pay for them yourself.
Fair enough. Would it be possible to leave the car at the airport?
No problem. But that's a one-way rental, so there's an additional charge of £50.
Okay.
And one last thing. Have you driven in the UK before?
Yes, I have. So driving on the left's not a problem.
That's good. OK, let's go out and take a look at the car. We can go through the paperwork afterwards.
Great.
As Jenny and the assistant leave the office to see the car, the TV shows Andrew's photograph with the headline, Airport Assault.
.26.
Hello, can I help you?
Oh, hi. I'd like to rent a car, please.
Great. So, what kind of car are you looking for?
Nothing too big. It's just for me.
OK, so a compact. 3-door?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Automatic or manual?
An automatic, please.
Any additional drivers?
No, just me.
It's £65 per day, and that includes insurance.
That sounds promising. Can I take a look?
But if you get any parking tickets or speeding fines, you have to pay for them yourself.
Fair enough. Would it be possible to leave the car at the airport?
And one last thing. Have you driven in the UK before?
Yes, I have. So driving on the left's not a problem.
2.27.
Day 2, 5 p.m. Jenny drives back to Henry's house. She's bought food to cook for dinner. She leaves the food on the table and looks for Henry.
Henry? Henry?
Henry doesn't seem to be there, so she phones him.
This is Henry Walker. I'm afraid I can't take your call at the moment. Please leave your message after the tone.
Hi, Henry. It's Jenny here. I just wanted to let you know everything went fine. I got my car and I'm back home. Remember, I'm making dinner. See you soon. Oh.
She notices some books on the floor and picks them up and puts them away. She then phones Luke.
Hi, Luke. It's Jenny.
Hi, Jenny. What's up?
I just wanted to apologize for running off this morning.
You really don't need to. I should apologise, actually. It's going to take me longer than I thought to unlock your computer. It's like there's an extra security code or something.
That's really weird.
Don't worry. I'm sure I can crack it.
I just have no idea how it got there. Hang on.
What is it?
My suitcase has arrived.
Hey, that's great.
Look at that. The lock's broken.
Must have been the baggage handlers.
Well, at least it's back.
So, how's Uncle Henry?
He isn't here. I called him, but he didn't answer.
He probably went for a walk. He often does that. He thinks about his research and stuff.
Well, I hope he's back in time for dinner.
He will be. He's always on time.
Yeah, Rob told me Henry's very punctual.
Unlike Rob.
Exactly.
Is that the jet lag catching up with you?
Yeah, I'm pretty tired.
You should have a nap. Don't worry. I'll get this computer working as soon as I can.
Thanks, Luke. See you later.
Bye.
Jenny sits down on the sofa and turns on the TV. But soon she closes her eyes and falls asleep. The TV is still on.
For the news in your area.
Jenny suddenly wakes up. She's been asleep for almost 4 hours.
Oh no! Dinner! Henry? Henry? That's strange.
Jenny phones him again.
This is Henry Walker. I'm afraid I can't take your call at the moment. Please leave your message after the tone.
She then glances at the TV.
The victim of last night's assault at Heathrow Airport has been named as Andrew Page. Mr. Page is a research scientist from Oxford. Police believe he was attacked as he left the airport. He is now in hospital in a critical condition. Police are appealing to anyone who may have seen Mr. Page to contact them immediately. Mr. Page had just returned from New York, where he was conducting research on renewable energy.
Oh my gosh! Andrew!
Jenny picks up her phone and dials.
Hi, Jenny.
Rob, I need to talk to you.
.28.
I'm afraid I can't take your call at the moment. Please leave your message after the tone.
Hi, Jenny. What's up?
Hang on! My suitcase has arrived! Well, at least it's back. I'm pretty tired. Thanks, Luke. See you later.
2.49.
Are there any places you think children shouldn't be allowed?
Well, it's difficult to say, but I think that sometimes in restaurants it's inappropriate to have children, and it's quite frustrating in the evening if you want to have a quiet dinner in a restaurant and there are children in there.
Are you good at taking photos?
Yep, I think so.
What kind of photos do you take?
I like architecture, nature, architecture, interesting conjunctions of people and places, perhaps. I don't take a lot of portraiture.
Do you have a camera or do you use your phone?
I have a camera, a Canon.
How often do you get a new phone?
Probably every 2 years.
Why do you change your phone?
It's a work contract, so I don't actually buy it myself. I get it through work.
What did you study at university?
At university, I studied history as an undergraduate, actually British history, and I got my master's and my doctorate in British history too, in California.
Why did you choose history?
I've always been fascinated by history. I toyed at one time with the idea of majoring in English, basically American literature, but gave that up, that history was my first love and my true love. I thought, until I actually went to England on that trip, that I would study American history, but then I switched to British history and European history.
Have you ever had a part-time job?
Yes. Multiples. I worked as a waitress. I've worked as a secretary. Worked in a doctor's office. I work in a research lab.
Did you enjoy the jobs?
Some of them, sometimes. I enjoyed the people more than the actual job.
Tipping in the UK.
Tipping is not expected in the UK in the way it is in the United States or Canada. All staff in the UK must be paid at least the national minimum wage, whether they receive tips or not. Therefore, unlike in much of North America, the need for tipping is much less. Cafes and coffee shops. In a cafe, you may receive waiter or waitress service to bring your tea, coffee, sandwiches or whatever you have ordered to the table. In these establishments, tipping is not usual. If you feel the service has been especially pleasant, you can leave £1 or the change in appreciation. In coffee shops such as Starbucks, there may be a tip jar on the counter, but very few customers leave tips, and you certainly don't have to. In self-service cafes, where you collect your food and put it on a tray, as found in tourist attractions, for example, you don't tip either. Restaurants and pubs. In pubs, where you usually choose and pay for your order at the bar, but the food is brought to your table, tipping is uncommon. You can leave £1 or £2 if you wish. In restaurants where you place your order with a waiter or waitress and receive your food and your bill at your table, you should tip around 10% of the bill. This varies from place to place. In more expensive restaurants where you receive personal service, a tip would always be expected. It would be considered rude not to leave one, unless there was a problem with the service. Whereas in the most casual of restaurants, tipping is not universal. If you have been very unhappy with the service, you could consider not leaving a tip. In some restaurants, a service charge may automatically be added to the bill, typically 10 or 12.5%, sometimes only for larger groups. This should be noted on the menu. But if you're not happy with the service, you can ask for it to be removed and explain why you're unhappy. If a service charge is added, or the menu says service included, you needn't add any further tip. In some cases, if you pay by credit card, the machine may ask if you want to add a tip. Check your bill carefully to see if a service charge has been added before paying, and if it has, be sure not to add any more. In some cases, a restaurant may print "Service not included" on the menu or the bill. This is a request for a tip.
3.2 1.
This is World Update. I'm Katie Lee, here are tonight's top stories. The Prime Minister has just announced that spending on education is to be increased following a review.
2.
Johnson! Have you been sleeping on the job again?
No, Ms. Lewis. I was just, resting my eyes.
But there's a pillow on your desk!
Uh-oh! I did it again!
3.
Yes? Yes? Where? OK, we're on our way.
What is it?
They found a body, next to the canal.
Do they think it's her?
They don't know yet. Come on, let's go.
Four.
Here, deep in the African forest, lives the green mamba, one of the world's most venomous snakes. It spends much of its time in the trees, and adults can grow to a length of over 2 meters. Quite simply.
5.
Mark! Welcome to the program.
Thanks, Jake. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now, I know you're over here promoting your latest film, and in a minute I'm going to ask you about it. But first, I'd like to find...
6.
Now Parker on the ball. To Lennon. Now to Dempsey making a run. Lennon finds Dempsey. He's got room here. Dempsey! Oh my word! That changes everything!
3.3. 1. TV and phrasal verbs. A. 1.
Speakers.
2.
Screen.
3.
Stand.
4.
Remote control.
B. 1.
Please turn on the TV.
2.
Please turn off the TV.
3.
Please turn up the TV.
4.
Please turn down the TV.
5.
The program is on now.
6.
Let's switch over to another channel.
3.4. 2. Types of program. 6.
Cartoons.
12.
Chat shows.
4.
Commercials.
10.
Cookery programs.
15.
Current affairs programs.
9.
Documentaries.
2.
Drama series.
5.
Live sport.
11.
Period dramas.
3.
Quiz shows.
14.
Reality shows.
8.
Sitcoms.
1.
Soaps.
13.
The news.
7.
The weather forecast.
3.5.
Which? We. Switch. Weather.
Vase. The. TV. Volume. Over.
Bag. B. Button. Celebrity.
3.6 1.
Why? Buy.
2.
Ban. Van.
3.
Vet. Wet.
4.
Boat. Vote.
5.
Bake. Wake.
6.
Wine. Vine.
7.
Fiver. Fibre.
8.
Very. Berry.
3.7 1.
Why?
2.
Van.
3.
Vet.
4.
Boat.
5.
Wake.
6.
Vine.
7.
Fibre.
8.
Very.
3.8
Welcome back. My next guests are two sisters who write scripts for Bob's Burgers, an animated series which will be shown next month on Sunday evenings. Please welcome Wendy and Lizzie Molyneux. Lizzie, Wendy, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks.
It's great to be
Our
here.
pleasure.
Now, tell us a bit about Bob's Burgers.
Well, like The Simpsons, it's meant for adults and older kids, even though, obviously, it's a cartoon.
It's a comedy. It's about a funny guy who owns a hamburger restaurant and his weird kids and weird wife. They all work in the restaurant and live in the apartment above, and they have lots of problems keeping the restaurant in business.
So, how did you get the job as writers?
A few years ago, we wrote a script for another animated series that the network decided not to make. But people read our script and they liked it.
Yeah, so later we had an interview with the producers of Bob's Burgers. We loved the show and the producers, so we were sure we would never get the job.
But then we did.
Happy ending!
What's it like to be a TV writer? I mean, what's your daily routine?
We start work at about 10 in the morning. Most weekdays we are either working on a story or coming up with some new jokes for scripts that have already been written. Then in the afternoon, it's more of the same.
How long does it take to actually write and create an episode?
Actually, it takes a really long time. About 6 to 8 months from the idea to recording. First, you come up with an idea for a story. Then you work with a bunch of other writers to create an outline for the story.
There are about 10 full-time writers on the show.
Right. Then you go write a full script. That script gets read aloud by the actors. Then we record their voices in a studio. Once we have the recording, the artists create an animatic, which is like a rough draft of the cartoon in black and white.
And after that, the rough drawings are sent to a studio in Korea where the color animation is created.
3.9
Who do you think is most important to the show? The actors, the writers, or the director, or someone else?
Ooh, well, on our show, it is definitely the creator of the show, Laurent Bouchard. He's always at the office. He manages the writers, the directors, the actors, and pretty much Everything else.
Yeah, he barely even has time to eat, but when he does, he pretty much only eats baked potatoes.
Sounds like a strange guy. Do you have guest stars on Bob's Burgers?
Actually, yes. We've had a lot of amazing guest stars on our show, like John Hamm from Mad Men.
What's it like being sisters and co-writers? Did you write things together when you were children?
We probably collaborated on making fun of our other sisters, but we didn't actually write together until we were adults.
Apart from Bob's Burgers, what TV programs do you like?
Actually, I love watching dramas like Game of Thrones or Homeland. I don't always want to watch other comedies because then I'd be thinking about work. I will watch anything with zombies as well.
I also enjoy terrible reality shows like The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills.
One last question. What are your future ambitions?
To write more TV.
Wendy, Lizzie, thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you.
Our pleasure.
.10 1.
I've been to Brazil, but I haven't been to Argentina.
Have you ever lost your suitcase?
She's never liked skiing.
2.
I don't believe it. We've won £500 on the lottery.
He's just sent me a text. I'll tell you what it says.
3.
Have you had breakfast yet? Haven't you had breakfast yet?
I haven't talked to her yet. I'm calling her later.
4.
Have you painted the kitchen?
Yes, and I've already done the bathroom too.
5.
She's known him for 20 years.
I've only worked here since last week.
He's been out all morning.
3.11 1. Nature 14.
Bush
8.
Cliff.
3.
Fence
10.
Field.
4.
Gate
6.
Grass.
15.
Hedge
17.
Hill.
1.
Leaf
5.
Mud.
9.
Path
18.
Pond.
2.
Rocks
7.
Sticks.
12.
Stones
16.
Stream.
13.
Valley
11.
Wood.
3.12 2. On a farm 1.
Barn
7.
Cockerel.
3.
Cow
2.
Farmhouse.
4.
Hens
6.
Lambs.
5.
Sheep
3.13
In the UK, especially in the east of England, a lot of farmers grow cereals, for example wheat, vegetables and fruit. Most crops are planted in the early spring and are harvested in the summer. For example, wheat is harvested in August and most potatoes from June onwards. Soft fruits like strawberries are usually ripe in June and July, and many farms invite people to come and pick their own fruit.
3.14. 1.
Leaf. Wheat.
2.
Bush. Mud.
3.
Plant. Grass.
4.
Grow. Cow.
5.
Pick. Chicken.
6.
Pond. Stone.
7.
Lamb. Farm.
8.
Sheep. Field.
3.15. Melissa.
I live in Istanbul now, in Turkey, but I used to live in the country, in the province of Sakarya. It was an amazing place to live, just so beautiful. There is a large lake nearby, and the hills are covered with pine trees. People go to picnic there. The coast is also not far away. When I lived there, it was as if time had stood still. There was no water or electricity. We had our own well and generator, and there was only one shop. We had to wait for a minibus from the nearest town to bring fresh bread and the newspapers every morning. I worked in a school in a nearby town, in fact the one that sent the bread and papers. And in my free time, I played tennis, went for walks, and played the piano. I made my own entertainment. In the end, I had to move to Istanbul for work, but I really missed the fresh food and fresh fish, the peace. I sometimes used to think when I was living there that there wasn't enough choice of things to do, things to buy. But now, I think I have too much choice.
Eric.
A few years ago, my wife and I retired, and we moved to a little town in the mountains here in Colorado. It's gorgeous. We have a house on a hill, and we're surrounded by mountains, which we can see from our window, as well as the woods, and a very pretty lake. There are lots of paths, and we walk every morning with our dog, who loves chasing after sticks and things. There's so much to do. In the summer, we go hiking, and we have a little canoe we take on the lake. And, of course, in the winter, we go skiing. We have lots of friends here, and we often have dinner parties, or we have our book club meetings. There's a joke here that we only have 3 seasons: summer, winter, and mud season. That's after the snow's melted and everything, everything is covered in mud. That's the only bad time to be here. And the other problem is that we don't have a supermarket. The nearest one's about 20 miles from here.
3.16. 1.
What have you been doing lately?
I've been playing a lot of tennis.
She's been going for a walk every morning this week.
My friends have been coming round a lot recently.
2.
You look tired.
I've been working in the garden.
You're covered in paint.
Yes, I've been decorating the kitchen all day.
3.
How long have you been looking for a new house?
We've been living here since last year.
It's been raining all day.
3.17. 1.
I've been working really hard this week.
2.
I haven't been sleeping well lately.
3.
My neighbours have been making a lot of noise recently.
4.
I've been thinking about getting a new phone for a while.
5.
I've been arguing with my family a lot recently.
6.
I haven't been watching TV at all lately.
7.
I've been feeling very stressed for the last few weeks.
8.
I've been doing a lot of exercise this month.
9.
I've been going out a lot recently.
10.
I've been spending a lot of time on Facebook this week.
3.18.
Just before 7 o'clock every evening, people all over Britain, from Camilla, Duchess of Cornwall, a major fan who actually appeared on the show, to students, housewives and farmers, tune in to BBC Radio 4 and listen to an introductory tune that has been playing every night for more than 60 years. It is the theme tune to The Archers, the longest-running radio soap opera in the world, and a British institution. The Archers, which is about life in the fictional village of Ambridge, was conceived by the Ministry of Agriculture as a way of providing information about new farming methods to British farmers and smallholders, in order to increase productivity after the Second World War, during the years of food shortages and rationing. It was originally about the lives of 3 farmers: Dan Archer, who farmed efficiently with little cash, Walter Gabriel, who farmed inefficiently with little cash, and George Fairbrother, a wealthy businessman who farmed for a hobby. The programme was hugely successful. At the height of its popularity, it was estimated that 60% of adult Britons were regular listeners, and today its listeners number over 1 million. The involvement of the Ministry of Agriculture ended in the 1970s, but The Archers still contains many storylines and discussions about farming and has a separate agricultural story editor.
3.19.
How long have you been on The Archers?
Well, I celebrated 30 years on The Archers this June.
Which character do you play?
I play a character called David Archer, who is a farmer, who is the son of Phil Archer, who in turn was the son of Dan Archer, who was the very first Mr. Archer back in 1951 when the programme started.
What kind of person is David Archer?
Well, David is, some might say he's a bit thick meaning stupid. He's not. He's a simple soul. He's extremely honourable. He's extremely hard-working. He's honest. He's dependable. But he's a farmer, and that's the most important thing in his life, is making the farm work and keeping his family together.
How much did you know about life on a farm before you joined the cast?
Well, unusually, I actually knew a bit because I'd worked on farms when I was a child, and I was in fact born on a sheep station in Tasmania. And so when I was a boy, I used to go and work casually at the local farm. And then also my father in the 1970s gave up being an advertising executive and went off down to Devon to live off the land. And so he started this 10-acre organic smallholding in Devon, and my wife and I went down and helped him to get that going. So I've got quite a lot of practical experience on the farm.
Is that an exception in The Archers?
Yes, most of the actors don't know one end of a cow from the other, to be honest.
Do you think that country and city people react to The Archers in a different way?
Yes, they do. City people look at Ambridge, which is the village that we live in, as a kind of an English ideal of the countryside. It's an old-fashioned England where everybody's nice to each other. There's not much crime. There aren't any yellow lines so that you can't park. And that's, I think, what they love about it. And from the country people, what they tend to like is the fact that they all say, That's exactly like the village that I live in. There's the vicar, there's the doctor, there's the person who runs the pub, and there's the bossy woman who runs around trying to organise everybody, you know.
Would you actually like to live on a farm yourself, or do you?
We've got a cottage in Norfolk, so where I'm up in the country every weekend. And also I was brought up in the country until I was 21. We lived just north of London in Hertfordshire. So I'm a country boy at heart. And
Have you ever lived in a city?
Yeah, we do now. I mean, I've lived in London since for 30 years. So I'm a country boy who's kind of ended up in the town because that's where the work is.
Thank you very much.
My great pleasure.
3.26.
Excuse me.
Yes, can I help you?
Yes, thanks. I'm looking for some... Sorry, I don't know the word. They're the things that you put in the wall. I want to put some pictures on the wall.
You mean nails?
Yes, that's it. And I need one more thing. My lamp doesn't work. I need a new,
Bulb?
Yes, thank you.
You'll find them over there, behind the gardening things.
.27. 1. In a shed. Tools and other things for repairs. 3.
Bricks.
10.
Bucket.
14.
Drill.
4.
Hammer.
16.
Ladder.
7.
Nails.
15.
Padlock.
1.
Paintbrush.
12.
Pieces of wood.
8.
Rope.
5.
Screwdriver.
13.
Screws.
2.
String.
9.
Tap.
11.
Tiles.
6.
Wire.
3.28. 2. In a drawer. Useful things around the house. 3.
Batteries.
5.
Glue.
9.
Handle.
8.
Light bulb.
1.
Matches.
7.
Needle and thread.
6.
Penknife.
2.
Sellotape.
4.
Torch.
3.29. 3. Verb phrases. 1. C.
Change a light bulb or a tyre.
2. G.
Drill a hole in the wall or in a piece of wood.
3. F.
Put up shelves or curtains.
4. E.
Set up a new Wi-Fi network or a home cinema system.
5. B.
Sew a button on a shirt.
6. A.
Stick something together that's broken with glue or sellotape.
7. D.
Tie two things together, for example, shoelaces or two pieces of string.
3.30. 1.
Screw. Screwdriver. Scream. Screen. String. Stress. Stream. Straight.
2.
Paintbrush. Toothbrush. Electrician. Handle.
3.
Needles. Shelves. Lamps. Bulbs.
3.31. 1.
I love IKEA, especially the bookshelves. We have several, and I'm usually pretty good at putting their stuff together, but I have had a few problems over the years. I remember I once had some trouble with a wardrobe. After hours and hours and a lot of swearing, I finally managed to put it together. But I'd assembled it in my study next to the bedroom, which was where the wardrobe was going, because I had more space there. And when my husband and I tried to move it into the bedroom, we couldn't get it to fit through the door. So I had to take it to pieces, move all the bits into the bedroom, and start all over again. Oh, I suppose it was my fault, though, not IKEA's. And the wardrobe looked very nice and has lasted for ages.
2.
About 3 years ago, my girlfriend and I went to IKEA to buy a kitchen. The units were cheap and cheerful, but they also looked quite well designed, and we were very excited by how good it was all going to look. The guy in the store said they were easy to put up, that it wouldn't take long, etc., etc. And I'm quite handy, quite practical, so I thought, no problem. Though I admit my girlfriend was a bit sceptical. Anyway, when we got home, I thought I'd assemble one cupboard just to see how easy it was going to be. It was a nightmare. The instructions were incomprehensible. It took me the whole afternoon just to do this one cupboard, and when it was finished, I realised I'd put the door handle on the wrong way round. In the end, we had to pay someone to come and do it all for us.
3.
I have lots of things from IKEA. It's great for students because generally speaking it's pretty cheap. Anyway, I bought a table there with my boyfriend not long ago. We started putting the table together and at one point we had 3 legs screwed in. Then we reached for the screws to attach the 4th leg and realised there were no more screws. We had to take off the other 3 legs, take 1 screw off every one of them and reassemble the table. It's wobbly, but at least it has 4 legs. But it does annoy me when they don't give you the right number of nails or screws or whatever. And it's not the first time it's happened to me. Now I always check before I bring stuff home.
3.32. 1.
After hours and hours and a lot of swearing, I finally managed to put it together.
2.
So I had to take it to pieces, move all the bits into the bedroom.
3.
I'm quite handy, quite practical, so I thought no problem.
4.
I realised I'd put the door handle on the wrong way round.
5.
It's wobbly, but at least it has 4 legs.
3.33. 1.
I have to fix the kitchen tap.
Do you have to do it yourself?
She had to buy new curtains.
2.
You must be more careful.
Must I go to bed now?
You must pay him back as soon as possible.
3.
I need to buy an extra tin of paint.
Did they need to ask someone to help them?
3.34. 1.
You don't have to pay me now.
2.
She won't need to paint the bathroom. It looks fine.
3.
You needn't hurry. We have plenty of time.
3.35.
You mustn't change the bulb with the electricity switched on.
You mustn't touch that door. The paint's wet.
3.36. 1.
You should sell your car.
They shouldn't pay him before he's done the work.
2.
You ought to get a smartphone.
She oughtn't to spend so much on clothes.
3.
If you feel really ill, you must go to the doctor's.
When you're in Venice, you have to have a drink at Harry's bar.
Brilliant uses for everyday things.
It's been a bad day. First you dropped your phone into the swimming pool, and now the DVD you wanted to watch is scratched. But don't worry, you needn't buy new ones. You can fix them with everyday things you already have at home. Read on for some good DIY tips from the internet. Mobile phones make our lives easier, but it's so easy to lose them or drop them, worst of all, into water. If that happens to you, you may think the phone is ruined. In fact, you don't have to throw it away. Reader's Digest says all you have to do is to take the battery out and put the phone in a bowl of rice overnight. You must use uncooked rice and it will absorb all of the water. Next morning, put the battery back and the phone will work again. Another problem with mobile phones is that you probably have a lot of great music on yours. But if you're with a group of friends and you all want to listen, you need to plug it into a speaker. And you may not have one to hand. Or do you? Next time, try this easy trick from Real Simple magazine. Put the phone into a bowl and press play. The bowl will amplify the sound from your mobile's speakers. Now everyone can hear the music. A jar or glass will also work if you don't have a bowl. In addition to rice, a potato can also make a great DIY tool. Here's an example. The other day I was trying to kill a fly that was buzzing around a ceiling light, and the worst happened. I missed the fly but broke the light bulb. Now, it can be very difficult to remove a broken bulb, and of course, you mustn't ever do it with bare hands. Luckily, there's another way. According to the Martha Stewart website, simply cut a potato in half, press the potato into the remains of the bulb, then twist and remove it. Remember, you must switch off the light first. Another useful DIY tool is a banana. Check out this idea from Apartment Therapy. If you have a scratched DVD that won't play, rub the inside of a banana skin over the scratch. Then polish the DVD with a soft cloth and voila! Problem solved. This trick works because the waxy substance in the banana skin fills in the scratch. For deep scratches, you should rub some toothpaste in first. Even mayonnaise has surprising uses. Everyone knows that you shouldn't put a wet glass on a wooden table, because it will probably leave an ugly mark on the wood. But sometimes you forget. Don't worry. Again, according to Apartment Therapy, just rub some mayonnaise into the mark and leave it for 15 minutes or longer. Wipe clean and the mark will be gone. For best results, you should do this as soon as possible after the mark is made.
3.37. 1.
He can cook really well.
I can't come to class next week. I have an exam.
You can't park here. It's a no parking zone.
2.
Can I try this on? Could I try it in a large?
3.
I've been able to drive since I was 18.
You'll be able to get it cheaper if you wait for the sales.
I'd love to be able to afford that jacket.
I like being able to try clothes on, so I never buy things online.
I'm afraid I wasn't able to speak to the manager about the new project.
4.
She could ski when she was 3 years old.
They couldn't come to the concert last night.
He was able to read at a very young age.
5.
I couldn't find it in the shops, but I was able to buy it online.
The current was very strong, but he was able to swim to the shore.
3.38.
The supermarket can't be closed. It's only 4 o'clock.
They can't be back yet. They said they were coming home on Sunday.
3.40. 1. Things on the table. 12.
Bowl.
5.
Corkscrew.
17.
Cup.
10.
Fork.
6.
Glass.
16.
Jug.
13.
Knife.
15.
Mug.
9.
Napkin.
2.
Oil and vinegar.
11.
Plate.
7.
Salt and pepper.
19.
Saucer.
3.
Serving dish.
4.
Spoon.
8.
Tablecloth.
14.
Teapot.
18.
Teaspoon.
20.
Tray.
1.
Wine glass.
3.41. 2. Things people do in restaurants. Waiters. 6.
Lay the table.
4.
Take an order.
2.
Recommend a dish.
1.
Carry a tray.
3.
Serve a table.
5.
Pour the wine.
Customers. 11.
Book a table.
7.
Order food.
8.
Try the wine.
12.
Send something back.
9.
Ask for the bill.
10.
Leave a tip.
3.42.
Fish and chips.
Oil and vinegar.
Salt and pepper.
Cup and saucer.
bread and butter.
Knife and fork.
3.43.
Welcome back to breakfast. And now's the time when we talk about what was on TV last night with our TV critic, Ryan. We're going to start with Service, Michelle Roux's series, which had its final episode last night. Ryan, you watched the whole series, didn't you?
Yes, I did. For those of you that haven't watched it, Service took 8 young people with no real background in service or restaurant work and tried to convert them into great waiters, capable of working in a top restaurant in the UK or indeed anywhere in the world.
Tell us a bit about what they were like at the beginning.
Well, in the first episode, after just a few hours of training, the group had to manage the dinner service at a pizza restaurant, and almost everything went wrong. Customers waited ages for their food, then got the wrong orders, and the team all fought with each other. One of the trainees, Nikita, started to cry, and Ashley, well, when the pressure got too much, he simply disappeared and left the others to it.
But by the end, I'm assuming they'd all improved enormously.
Yes. In later episodes, the trainees gained massively in confidence, mainly thanks to Michelle Roux's encouragement and his positive attitude, and also his great colleagues who helped to train them. They served in all sorts of different settings, including an elegant Paris restaurant, the first trip to France for most of them, and a 5-star hotel. They learned to handle really demanding situations. For example, by the end, Brooke was able to cook crepes Suzettes at the table for her customers. That's crepes flambéed with orange juice and alcohol. That was a moment which really boosted her confidence.
So, tell us about last night's final episode.
Right. In the final episode, Chef Michel let the trainees handle the dinner service at his own Michelin-starred restaurant, Le Gavroche. He admitted that he was quite terrified, but in the end, in his own words, they did superbly well.
And the big question last night, of course, was who were the 2 winners?
The 2 winners were Danielle, the former hairdresser, who won a scholarship to become a wine waiter, and Ashley, the young man who used to be in trouble with the law, who won the scholarship in service and waiting. But in addition, Michelle Roux was so impressed with the trainees' progress that he decided to award 1 extra scholarship, and that went to the former salesperson James, the oldest of the group at 24.
It's an inspiring story, and we wish them all the best.
And it made great television. Next, I'm going to talk about a new sitcom that was written by the same...
3.43.
Welcome back to breakfast. And now's the time when we talk about what was on TV last night with our TV critic, Ryan. We're going to start with Service, Michelle Roux's series, which had its final episode last night. Ryan, you watched the whole series, didn't you?
Yes, I did. For those of you that haven't watched it, Service took 8 young people with no real background in service or restaurant work and tried to convert them into great waiters, capable of working in a top restaurant in the UK or indeed anywhere in the world.
Tell us a bit about what they were like at the beginning.
Well, in the first episode, after just a few hours of training, the group had to manage the dinner service at a pizza restaurant, and almost everything went wrong. Customers waited ages for their food, then got the wrong orders, and the team all fought with each other. One of the trainees, Nikita, started to cry, and Ashley... Well, when the pressure got too much, he simply disappeared and left the others to it.
But by the end, I'm assuming they'd all improved enormously.
Yes. In later episodes, the trainees gained massively in confidence, mainly thanks to Michelle Roux's encouragement and his positive attitude, and also his great colleagues who helped to train them. They served in all sorts of different settings, including an elegant Paris restaurant, the first trip to France for most of them, and a 5-star hotel. They learned to handle really demanding situations. For example, by the end, Brooke was able to cook crepes Suzettes at the table for her customers. That's crepes flambéed with orange juice and alcohol. That was a moment which really boosted her confidence.
So, tell us about last night's final episode.
Right. In the final episode, Chef Michel let the trainees handle the dinner service at his own Michelin-starred restaurant, Le Gavroche. He admitted that he was quite terrified, but in the end, in his own words, they did superbly well.
And the big question last night, of course, was who were the two winners?
The two winners were Danielle, the former hairdresser, who won a scholarship to become a wine waiter, and Ashley, the young man who used to be in trouble with the law, who won the scholarship in service and waiting. But in addition, Michel Roux was so impressed with the trainees' progress that he decided to award one extra scholarship, and that went to the former salesperson James, the oldest of the group at 24.
It's an inspiring story, and we wish them all the best.
And it made great television. Next, I'm going to talk about a new sitcom that was written by the same...
The 7 Worst Customer Service Crimes.
Mary Portas, broadcaster, writer and shopping expert, names some of the most irritating aspects of shopping. Keeping too few checkouts open. So many stores are guilty of this. The worst are the supermarkets. Then they ring the bell to get a new cashier from out the back and leave their finger on the bell, making a really irritating noise. Silent cashiers. Cashiers at supermarket checkouts now don't even say the price. You're supposed to see it on the till. They've lost basic communication skills. Even worse is when they dump the receipt and the change into your hand in one lump. Horrible. Inappropriate offers. At the newsagents, you go to the counter to buy a newspaper and they offer to sell you a huge bar of chocolate for £1. A massive bar of chocolate at 7:30 in the morning. How about just smiling and saying good morning? Terrible changing rooms. There's a long queue to try things on, but they say you can only take in 4 items. You should be able to take a big armful in. And there's nowhere to hang your clothes. So you have to put them on the floor, except the floors are filthy. Too much stock. Again, many fashion stores are guilty of this. The rails are so full of clothes that you can't even see the sizes. You have to pull the hangers apart to look in. Then they fall onto the floor. It's a shop, not a social club. I hate it when assistants stand next to the till gossiping to each other. It's all too common in department stores, hairdressers and coffee shops. All you want to do is pay, but it's as if you're invisible. Too much pressure to buy. This is why I hate beauty counters. You walk through the ground floor of many department stores and a woman runs after you and sprays you with perfume asking, "Could I just interest you in?" Her face is usually orange with eyebrows drawn on with a pencil. It says, "You too could look like me." You can't be serious. Why would I want to look like you? No thanks.
Michel Roux service, from school dropouts to top waiters.
We've seen plenty of cookery competitions where amateur chefs compete hoping to become professionals, but BBC Two's Service, a programme from chef Michel Roux, one of the judges on BBC's MasterChef, focuses on another side of restaurants. Over 8 episodes, 8 young people with no restaurant experience at all are taught the skills to become top waiters and waitresses. Rather than having competitors voted off each week, after the 8 weeks, 2 winners are chosen to receive 6-month scholarships with the Academy of Food and Wine Service. Great service is as important as great food, says Roux, who owns several well-known restaurants, including Le Gavroche, a 2 Michelin-star restaurant in London. If the food at one of my restaurants was okay, but the service was brilliant, the customers would still come back. But I'd never see them again if the service was rubbish, even though the food was brilliant. There is a great career to be had in restaurant service, says Roux. Head waiters can earn as much as a top chef. And like chefs, their skills can take them all over the world. Rue's trainees include Brooke Arnold, 18, who has previously worked for McDonald's, Nikita Palfreyman, 19, a single mother, and Nikki Bedson, 22, an unemployed history graduate. 24-year-old James Marvin used to work in sales, and Danielle Mena, 19, was a hairdresser. Before the show, I'd never drunk wine, she says. The most unlikely trainee is 21-year-old Ashley Flay. I left school at 14, he says. Before the show, I'd never eaten in a place which had table service.
3.21.
Day 2. 9:05 in the evening. Jenny's at Henry's house. She has just heard on the news that Andrew Page, the man she met at the airport, was attacked soon after she left him. She immediately phones Rob, who is still in Alaska, to tell him about it, and also to tell him that Henry still hasn't come home.
He was attacked?
That's right. The police found him at the airport.
You're sure it's the same person?
Definitely. I saw his picture. His name's Andrew Page, and he's a scientist.
And you spoke to him?
He helped carry my bags. I mean, I could have been the last person to see him before it happened.
I think you should go to the police.
I know. And Rob, there's something else.
What is it?
Well, I don't want to worry you, but your dad hasn't come home. We were supposed to have dinner at 7.
What time is it now?
It's a little after 9.
What? That is worrying. Dad's usually really punctual.
Should I call the police?
I think you should. It's really not like him.
Okay. And Rob?
Yeah?
Oh, it's nothing.
What is it?
I know this seems odd, but the house feels strange.
What do you mean?
I don't know, but I don't like being alone here.
Well, it's late and you're tired.
That's true, but I don't think I'll be able to sleep here.
Why don't you ring Luke? You could stay with him, and you could go to the police together and tell them about Dad.
Okay, I think I'll do that.
I'll ring you later.
Okay, Rob. I'll be fine. Don't worry. Bye.
.22.
Day 2, 10 p.m. Jenny and Luke are at Oxford Police Station, in the police interview room. Jenny has told the inspector, DCI Lang, about her meeting with Andrew Page. Now she's going to tell her about Henry.
And that was the last time you saw Mr. Page?
Yes. Is he going to be okay?
We don't know yet, I'm afraid. You also said that your father-in-law, Henry Walker, hasn't returned home yet. How long has he been missing?
He was supposed to be home 3 hours ago.
OK. It's a bit early to report him missing, but I'll take a statement. So, your name's Jenny Zielinski?
That's right.
And you're staying at the Grange, Marsh Lane, Long Crendon?
Yes.
OK. Can you describe Mr. Walker?
He's, 62, I think.
Yeah.
He's average height and build. He has grey hair and glasses. I don't know what colour his eyes are.
They're brown. Here's a photo of him.
When did you last see him?
This morning, around 10.
Where were you?
At his house in Long Crendon.
And do you remember what he was wearing?
Oh, just a brown jacket, a dark green shirt and jeans.
Do you remember anything unusual about the last time you saw him?
Yes. Actually, we were going to go to Oxford, but Henry's 2 front tires had been punctured.
Really? So you left for Oxford and he stayed to fix the car?
Yes.
Do you know what his plans were for the rest of the day?
No.
Can you give me some idea of his normal routine?
Not really.
Well, he's an academic. He teaches at the university a few days a week, but he often works from home. He goes on a lot of long walks, but never this late.
And Jenny, do you remember seeing anything unusual when you got back to the house this afternoon?
Well, there was my suitcase. The airport had returned my lost luggage, and the lock was broken.
Is there anything else?
There were some books on the floor.
Really? That's weird. Henry's normally really tidy.
OK, try not to worry. We'll look into this. In the meantime, perhaps you should stay with Luke, and if you think of anything else or he turns up, give me a call.
.23.
You also said that your father-in-law, Henry Walker, hasn't returned home yet. How long has he been missing?
He was supposed to be home 3 hours ago.
OK. Can you describe Mr. Walker?
He's, 62, I think. He's average height and build. He has grey hair and glasses. I don't know what colour his eyes are.
When did you last see him?
This morning, around 10.
Where were you?
At his house in Long Crendon.
And do you remember what he was wearing?
Oh, just a brown jacket, a dark green shirt and jeans.
Do you remember anything unusual about the last time you saw him?
Yes. Actually, we were going to go to Oxford, but Henry's 2 front tires had been punctured.
And Jenny, do you remember seeing anything unusual when you got back to the house this afternoon?
Well, there was my suitcase. The airport had returned my lost luggage, and the lock was broken.
3.24.
Day 3, 8 a.m. They are at Luke's house. Luke is awake and working on Jenny's laptop. He's still trying to get into it. Jenny, who was sleeping in the spare room, has just got up.
Good morning.
Hi.
Thanks for letting me stay. I feel a lot safer here.
What? Oh, no problem.
I tried Henry again. Still no answer. I wonder if...
Yes! I've done it. I'm in.
What?
I've cracked the security code on your computer.
That's great, Luke, but Henry...
Wait a minute. That's not right. The username says A page, and all the files are encrypted.
A page? Are you sure?
Let me just see if I can open the files. What the... Jenny, take a look at this. It's a formula or something.
What does it mean?
I have no idea.
It's a message from Henry.
What? What does it say?
It's a video. Hang on.
Hello, Jenny. As you can see, I'm all right. I can't tell you where I am, but listen carefully. These people want some documents on your computer. They want you to leave it at the house. To prove that I'm okay, here's a copy of this morning's paper.
On the video screen, Henry looks very tense and worried. He seems to be in a darkish room. He holds up a newspaper. On the front, there's a large picture of Andrew Page, and the headline reads, "Oxford scientist attacked at airport."
There's one last thing that they want me to tell you. Don't go to the police again. If you go to the police, you know what'll happen. Now, Jenny, please don't worry. Tell Rob his old man will be in his study again soon.
Jenny and Luke look at each other in shock.
We need to call Rob.
.25.
Thanks for letting me stay. What does it mean?
I have no idea.
It's a message from Henry.
As you can see, I'm all right. Listen carefully.
3.44.
How much TV do you watch?
Oh, I don't watch very much TV. Maybe 2 hours a night, 2 hours in an evening.
Do you think you watch too much TV?
I probably do. There's nothing very good on TV. So we're very selective about what we watch.
What kind of programmes do you watch most?
We like comedies, we like action programmes, and I like to watch the news, keep up to date with the news.
Would you like to live in the countryside?
Well, I'm from the countryside, so yes, I would like to move back there.
Why?
It's very quiet. I think it's a great place for kids to grow up because it's usually safer and there's lots of places for kids to play. It's more relaxing. It's usually more peaceful, and the only problem is it can be difficult to get to.
Are you good at DIY?
Yes and no. I'll always try my hardest, but I don't think it always comes out perfect.
What was the last thing you did?
I put up some furniture, I put up a bed, and it hasn't fallen apart so far, so I think that's good.
Who normally fixes things in your house if they need fixing?
My dad usually fixes things.
Are you good at DIY?
I am absolutely useless.
What was the last thing you did?
Probably put together an IKEA bed and then find that I'd put everything in the wrong place to start with. So, no, I'm not very good at all. I did change some light bulbs recently, but I don't really consider that to be DIY.
Who normally fixes things in your house if they need fixing?
I would normally get somebody in to do it.
Is there anything that shop assistants do that really annoys you?
When they tend to talk and ignore you, or keep on asking you whether you need any help or not. I prefer to just browse, and when I want assistance, I'll go to get the assistant.
Event cinema. Opera in cinemas takes off.
Cinemas are proving to be a goldmine for some of the UK's finest opera and ballet companies. Hollywood films are facing competition from live performances being shown in cinemas round the country, in a development called event cinema. In recent weeks, tens of thousands of Britons have gone to the cinema to watch live screenings of ballet or opera. La Bohème has beaten Gangster Squad at the box office, and The Nutcracker came ahead of the latest Bond film when it was shown last month. Over the past 3 years, the number of cinemas showing ballet and opera performances has risen from fewer than 100 to around 250. More than 120 different events were shown at cinemas last year, a 400% increase from 5 years ago. And it is not just opera and ballet. Plays are also enjoying big audiences, with 20,000 tickets already sold for a cinema screening of a performance of Alan Bennett's People at the National Theatre next month. Advances in digital technology have allowed opera and ballet companies to broadcast their events live, and cinemas have realised that the growing demand for an alternative to blockbuster films can help increase their own profits, especially when they can charge more, at around £15 on average, than for a movie. For one company, Picture House Cinemas, event cinema already represents more than 10% of its ticket sales. And experts predict that very soon more than 2 million Britons a year will go to the cinema to see live performances or events, double the number that do so already. By the end of this decade, at least 1 in 20 cinema tickets will be for something other than a movie, according to David Hancock, head of film and cinema at IHS Screen Digest. There is great demand, especially for cultural products, he said, though sport and pop concerts have also made an appearance. Melissa Keeping, who chairs the recently established Event Cinema Association, said, "Opera and ballet are expensive and are generally located in large cities, so even if tickets are affordable, the journey makes it difficult for a lot of people to go. But bring the performance live to your local cinema, in real time, at a fraction of the cost. What's not to like?"
4.2 1.
If you want to take out money, you press Withdraw Cash.
2.
If you want to know how much money you have, you press Check Your Balance.
3.
If you want a paper record of what you did, you press Print Receipt.
4.
If you want to put money into your account, you press Make a Deposit.
5.
If you make a mistake and need to start again, you press Cancel.
6.
If you see current account or savings account, you have to decide which account you want to use.
7.
If you see Enter your PIN, you have to key in your secret number.
8.
If you see Remove your cash, you have to take your money out of the machine.
9.
If you see Insert your card, you have to put your card in the machine.
10.
If you see Out of service, you have to find another machine that's working.
4.3 Story 1.
Welcome back to the evening news.
It's 7:15, which means it's time for Odd News, our roundup of strange and unusual stories from around the world. Starting close to home, ATM customers in Glasgow were pleasantly surprised this afternoon when a cash machine started giving out free money. The Bank of Scotland ATM was giving out double the amount requested by customers. If you asked for £20, you got £40. The news spread quickly over social networks, and soon over 100 people were queuing, looking for free money. Eventually, police arrived and stood guard over the machine until the bank was able to switch it off remotely. The bank said it was unlikely to take action because of the difficulty of tracing all the payments made. This is not the first time a cash machine has broken down in this way. A similar malfunction took place in London about 6 months ago, and some years ago cash machines in Coventry gave away more than £850,000 in error. If you were one of the lucky ones who got an extra £20 note, be warned. Keeping the extra money is considered a crime, and the law expects you to give it back. During the incident in Coventry, 3 family members were sent to prison for a year for collecting over £134,000 from the faulty machines. Our next odd story takes us to the other side of the world, where families...
Story 2.
And now the news. If you've taken money out recently at an ATM in New York City, you might want to check your wallet for fake notes. They should be easy to spot because they'll be blank on one side and printed on ordinary paper. Police have warned customers and shops to look out for the fakes after they were found in 2 ATMs on Monday. They were never supposed to fool any customers, police say, but they were meant to make the machines think they were full of cash when, in fact, they were missing about $110,000. So, who did this and why? According to police, it was a man who worked for a company that repairs the cash machines. He filled the machine with the fake notes and kept the real money for himself. The man went on holiday to the Dominican Republic to enjoy the stolen cash, but he was immediately arrested when he came back 10 days later. For our next story, we're going over to our reporter in the Caribbean.
4.4.
I get up at 6 o'clock.
They went away last weekend.
What time are you coming back tonight?
They set off early in the morning.
My sister and her boyfriend have split up.
4.5. 1.
I looked the word up in the dictionary. I looked up the word in the dictionary.
Can you fill this form in? Can you fill in this form?
Did you switch the computer off? Did you switch off the computer?
2.
I looked it up.
Can you fill it in?
Did you switch it off?
4.6. 1.
My husband looks after the children.
Where's your book?
I don't know. I'm looking for it.
Shall we ask for the bill?
I've already asked for it.
2.
He doesn't get on with his parents.
She's looking forward to her holiday.
You should look out for job vacancies.
4.7. 1. C.
He keeps arguing with the referee. Send him off.
2. F.
He's still asleep. Wake him up.
3. D.
I can't finish this steak. Take it away.
4.
B.
This chicken's past its sell-by date. Throw it away.
5. A.
The rubbish is beginning to smell. Take it out.
6. E.
It's probably in Wikipedia. Look it up.
4.8. A.
Take it out.
B.
Throw it away.
C.
Send him off.
D.
Take it away.
E.
Look it up.
F.
Wake him up.
4.9. 1.
It'll look great on you. Try it on.
2.
The music's too loud. Turn it down.
3.
There's a towel on the floor. Pick it up.
4.
No one's watching the TV. Switch it off.
5.
Your shoes are very muddy. Take them off.
6.
Here's the form. Fill it in.
7.
I can't hear the TV. Turn it up.
8.
You owe me money. Pay me back.
4.10. 1. New phrasal verbs. 1. H.
Give up means stop something because you can't do it.
2. I.
Break down means stop working.
3. B.
Keep on means continue.
4. A.
Turn up means appear.
5. J.
Come up with means think of.
6. F.
Take out means go somewhere with someone you have invited.
7. E.
Take on means employ.
8. C.
Make up means invent.
9. D.
Give out means distribute.
10. G.
Come round means come to someone's home.
11. L.
Carry out means do.
12. K.
Pass on means give something to someone.
4.11. 2. Phrasal verbs with away and back. Away. 1.
If you don't want those clothes, give them away. I'm sure the charity shop would like them.
2.
Don't run away. I won't hurt you.
3.
The boss will be away until the end of next week. He's at a conference in Mexico.
4.
Please put your toys away. They're all over the floor.
5.
If you take a paracetamol, it'll take the pain away.
Back. 6.
I can only lend you the money if you promise to pay me back next month.
7.
That's my book. Give it back.
8.
I'm sorry, but I'm confiscating your phone. You'll get it back at the end of the day.
9.
He's out, I'm afraid. Could you call back in about half an hour?
10.
Where are you going?
Just to the shops. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
4.12. 1.
Hi. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, it's half time. 1-1. Yeah, there's a really good crowd. The stadium's packed. No trouble. The Liverpool fans are making a bit of noise, but nothing major. OK, I'll call you when it's over. With a bit of luck, we'll be in the semi-final in an hour's time.
2.
So, tell me all about it.
It was absolutely brilliant. We were in the second row, just near the stage, and when he was singing, I swear a few times he looked right at me.
Did he sing Baby Baby?
Of course! All the best songs. It was just an amazing performance.
Were Sandy and Annette there?
Yeah, we met for a drink in the interval.
Gosh, you're so lucky you got tickets.
3.
OK, I'm looking for tickets now. There's a matinee at 3 p.m. and then an evening performance at 8 p.m.
Let's go at 8 if we can get seats.
Well, there aren't any in the stalls, but there are 2 upstairs in the circle in the second row.
OK, go for it. It's a small theatre anyway, so we should have a good view wherever we sit.
OK. Right, we've got them. We can pick them up at the box office.
4.13.
Arena.
Audience.
Box office.
Crowd.
Curtain.
Extra time.
Fans.
Final whistle.
Half time.
Interval. Matinee.
Opponent.
Performance.
Plot. Programme.
Row. Scene.
Score. Spectators.
Stage.
Stalls. Circle. Theatre.
Tickets.
4.14.
Horse. Oar.
Bird.
Computer.
4.15.
Horse, oar, audience, stalls, arena,
Bird. Interval. Circle. Curtain.
horse, oar, score, spectator, performance.
4.16. 1.
We went to a live concert last weekend.
2.
We live next to the concert hall.
3.
We sat in the front row.
4.
After the concert, we had a row.
4.17.
Next on Arts Week is Jill, who's been to see a really exciting new theatre production, Sleep No More, that's on in New York.
Thanks, Peter. By now you've probably heard that Sleep No More is one of the hottest tickets in theatre here, and the performances were sold out months ago. Well, I was lucky enough to get a ticket for last night's performance. It was a thrilling, creepy murder mystery, sometimes scary, but also a lot of fun.
I've heard that it's not like any other play anyone's ever been to.
That's right. It takes place in an empty 6th-floor building, which has been transformed, just for this play, into the McKittrick Hotel. And in Sleep No More, the members of the audience don't have normal seats. Instead, you walk freely through the hotel, going into all the different rooms. While you're walking and watching, you see different parts of the play.
How many rooms are there in the hotel?
More than 100, and each one is completely different. For example, my favorite room was a dark, mysterious sweet shop full of candy jars. You could touch anything in the room, so you could open a jar and eat something if you wanted to. The sweet shop was fun, but in fact, most of the rooms were pretty spooky. For example, there was also a dark, old-fashioned pharmacy. It was full of plants and herbs and collections of strange little things. Another room I liked was an empty hospital. There were about 50 drawers in this room, and every single one of them contained about 100 samples of people's hair.
Spooky. So what was happening while you were wandering through these rooms? Are there actors there?
That's right. The members of the audience all have to wear white masks so that you know who's the audience and who are the actors. And the actors are all wearing 1930s-style costumes. An actor might interact with you. It happened to me 3 times, and it was very exciting.
How long does it take to see the performance?
Well, you have a few hours. The best thing is to spend the first hour or so exploring the rooms. After that, try to follow some of the characters. You may think you're just wandering around freely, but in fact, the directors make sure that you end up exactly where they want you to be. And somehow, I don't understand how, we, the audience, all ended up in the same room for the final scene. And that's when you realize how many people have been walking around the hotel.
But what exactly is the play about?
That's a difficult question to answer. It's a murder mystery, I know that much, and it's a very artistic and interesting experience to walk through all the rooms. To be honest, even by the end, I wasn't that certain about the plot.
So, not a typical theatre performance.
No, but it was a very enjoyable evening.
Thanks very much, Jill. So now you know if you're planning a trip to New York, try to get tickets. Next, we'll learn more about an unusual new art gallery.
4.18. 1.
She agreed to come with me.
They decided to go home early.
We wanted to visit the Tate Gallery.
2.
We can't buy tickets till tomorrow.
Hurry up, we might be late.
You shouldn't drink so much coffee.
4.19. 1.
They enjoy watching DVDs at home.
I've finished reading the paper, if you want it.
I hate being late for school.
2.
She's given up working on Saturdays.
I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
I'm going to keep on studying Italian for a few more years.
4.20. 1.
They want us to go with them.
He told me to get an e-reader.
She allowed me to leave work early.
2.
His parents let him go to the concert.
Our boss makes us work late on Fridays.
4.27. 1. Keeping fit. Equipment. 5.
An exercise bike.
12.
A running machine.
3.
Weights.
7.
A rowing machine.
6.
A cross trainer.
1.
A yoga mat.
Exercises. 4.
Do sit-ups.
9.
Do press-ups.
8.
Stretch.
11.
Do aerobics.
2.
Do spinning.
10.
Do Pilates.
4.28. 2. Beauty treatments. 4.
Manicure.
5.
Pedicure.
1.
Facial.
3.
Massage.
6.
Waxing.
2.
Fake tan.
4.29.
I'm having my hair cut tomorrow.
She has her house repainted every year.
We've had a new bathroom put in.
You ought to have your roof repaired.
How often do you have your car serviced?
I don't have the flat cleaned. I clean it myself.
The flat was in good condition, so we didn't have it redecorated.
When did you have those photos taken?
4.30. 1.
I had my hair cut yesterday.
2.
Do you usually have your shopping delivered?
3.
I think you ought to have your eyes tested.
4.
We're going to have our flat repainted soon.
5.
Have you ever had your fortune told?
6.
I hate having my photo taken.
4.31. 3. At the hairdresser's or barber's. 8.
Bunches.
10.
A buzz cut.
2.
A fringe.
6.
A parting.
4.
A ponytail.
14.
Plaits.
12.
Have your hair curled.
5.
Have your hair cut.
1.
Have your hair dyed.
7.
Have your hair put up.
13.
Have your hair straightened.
15.
Have a blow dry.
11.
Have a shave.
3.
Have a trim.
9.
Have highlights.
4.32.
Dino, what made you choose hairdressing?
I always liked it from when I was a child. I remember being taken to the barbers by my dad when I was a child in Greece, and I really loved the atmosphere there.
He wasn't a barber himself, though.
No, but my aunt was a hairdresser.
What sort of training did you do?
When I came to London, I went to the Vidal Sassoon Academy. It was a 2-year course, absolutely fantastic, very intense. I loved it.
What sort of things do you love or hate doing in hairdressing?
I love everything. There really isn't anything I don't like, and I do everything. Cut, color, highlights, straightening. Nowadays some hairdressers specialize in maybe just color or just styling, but I think it's important to do everything.
So do you think that's an important quality for a hairdresser?
Very important. I don't believe in specializing in just one area.
Any other important qualities?
I think you need to be sociable, to be able to talk to people, calm them down if they're stressed, listen to them if they want to talk.
Do you enjoy that?
Yes, I do. The sociable side of hairdressing was one of the things that attracted me to it. Even women who want to tell me all their problems, I don't mind it at all. It doesn't distract me.
Are women clients very different from men?
Yes, definitely. They're normally the ones who want to talk, and they're much more worried, stressed about their hair. Men are more quiet and relaxed, and they're not normally very fussy about their hair.
What do you do if a client doesn't like the results?
I try to correct it immediately. That's easy if it's a color, less easy if it's a cut.
Have you ever had a really bad experience where you couldn't correct it?
Only once, when I was still at college. I cut a woman's hair shorter than she was expecting it. Not much, only about 1 centimeter shorter. But she burst into tears, and I couldn't correct that.
I often feel that hairdressers always want to cut off more hair than their clients want. Is that true?
I think maybe it is. Many hairdressers want to make the hair healthier and cut off all the parts that are, damaged. Or sometimes they have a style in mind and they just want to do it. But obviously, normally, I try to do what the customer wants. You have to be flexible. That's another important quality in a hairdresser.
So if you completely disagreed with what a client wanted, would you still do it?
Well, if a client wanted a treatment that I thought was going to damage her hair, for example, if she wanted to have her hair bleached when it was already in bad condition, then I would say no. But if it was a question of style, for example, a woman who wanted to have her head shaved completely, I would try to convince her that it wasn't a good idea, but if she insisted, I would do it. It's her choice after all.
Do you have any tips for having good hair?
Yes, use good products, ones which are right for your type of hair. I notice that a lot of people take a lot of trouble choosing the right face cream, for dry skin or problem skin, for day, for night and so on. But with shampoo, they just buy the first one they see in the supermarket.
Sauna or oven. Sweating next to cooking eggs.
In New York City, there are some very hot saunas, but none of them come close to the heat you can find inside the Bull Hanzung Muck Room at King Spa Korean Sauna in nearby New Jersey. A Korean tradition for over 500 years, this brick room gets its heat from wood burned in a fire each morning. The brick holds so much heat that spa workers put cartons of eggs inside the room to cook. They're later sold in the spa restaurant. The spa says the heat helps remove impurities from the body and is also good for aches and pains. Inside the sauna, I sit on a mat to stop my legs from burning. What can I say? Nothing. It's too hot to talk. Opposite me, one Korean woman, or is it a man, is wrapped in a heavy blanket and has a handkerchief around her face for protection. Sitting on the floor, slowly breathing the hot and humid air, I see a thermometer near where the eggs are cooked. As I stand up to look at it, I feel the heat on my scalp and nose. I look to see how hot it is, but I can hardly see because so much sweat is dripping into my eyes. Finally, I can see the temperature, 220 degrees. An ordinary sauna is only 70 to 100 degrees. Like most people, I manage to stay inside for only a few minutes, but others last longer. But I definitely feel lighter, as if I'd lost a few kilos, and more relaxed. Maybe I'll have to go back.
4.34
Car. Army.
Horse. Or. War.
Computer. Monarchy.
4.35
Car. Army. Dark. Farmer. Avatar. Start. Bargain.
Horse. Or. War. Warm. Warning. Reward. Quarter. Wardrobe. Towards.
Computer. Monarchy. Afterwards. Standard.
4.36 1
Battlefield.
2
Blowing up.
3
Cannons.
4
Bullets.
5
Soldiers.
6
Rifle.
4.37
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Westminster Abbey, which, as you know, is one of the most important and historic churches in Britain. Over 1,000 years of British history are contained within these walls and, indeed, under the floors. We are now standing in front of the High Altar. Many of you will recognise this as the place where Prince William and Kate Middleton stood at their wedding in 2011. And, of course, many other royal weddings have taken place here. It's also where Princess Diana's coffin was placed during her funeral, although, as you probably know, she is not buried in Westminster Abbey. You may notice that although the part of the building where we are is obviously very old, the altar is relatively modern. In fact, it was designed in the 19th century. Now, if I can direct your attention... Right, let's continue, shall we? The area where we are now is called the Shrine of St. Edward the Confessor, who was king from the year 1042 to 1066, and was the first king to be buried in the abbey. You can see his tomb here. These tombs here are of an early king, Edward I, and his wife Eleanor, who was the daughter of the Spanish king, Ferdinand of Castile. There's an interesting story here that when Queen Eleanor died in 1290, the King and Queen were in Lincoln, about 145 miles from London. Edward followed her body to Westminster Abbey, and at each place where they stopped overnight on the way, he erected a memorial cross. They came to be called the Eleanor Crosses, and 3 of them still exist today. In fact, if I take you away... Let's move on to see some other royal tombs. We are now in the beautiful Lady Chapel, or Chapel of Henry VII, as it's also called. Many other kings and queens are buried here, including Queen Elizabeth I and her half-sister Queen Mary, the daughter of Catherine of Aragon. Now, you'll notice that... We are now standing in an area called Poets' Corner, which is probably one of the most famous spots in Westminster Abbey. The first writer who was buried here was Geoffrey Chaucer in the year 1400. Charles Dickens was also buried here, and although Shakespeare is not buried here, there is a plaque for him. Jane Austen has a plaque as well, although, again, she is not actually buried here in the Abbey. If I can bring you along this... We are now in an area called the choir. These seats are where the Westminster Abbey choir sings during church services. As you can see, there is a tall and very lovely screen here, and on the other side of the screen is a monument to Sir Isaac Newton, the scientist. A number of prominent British scientists are buried in this area, including Charles Darwin and also famous English composers. Moving on in this direction, we can see how the windows... The simple wooden chair that you see here is the coronation chair. It may look simple, but for hundreds of years, nearly every English monarch has been crowned here, including our present Queen, Elizabeth II. There's also a funny story about this chair. In the 18th century, there was a school for boys in Westminster Abbey, and if you look at the back of the coronation chair, you can see graffiti. I mean, places where schoolboys have carved their names and written messages on the chair. Look here. One boy has written, "I slept the night in the coronation chair."
4.38.
Some historical films aren't based on the facts.
The election is being held in May.
Has the village been changed by tourism?
10,000 soldiers were killed in an hour at Gettysburg.
The castle was being renovated, so we couldn't go in.
The hospital had been opened by the Queen 3 years before.
When will the new museum be built?
We're going to be given the exam results tomorrow.
Does the city centre have to be closed to all traffic?
The president must be elected by a clear majority.
I hate being woken up by a mosquito.
4.39. 1.
You can't learn English in 3 weeks.
You never know what the weather's going to do.
2.
Exercise is good for you.
4.22.
Day 3, 8:15 a.m. Jenny and Luke have just discovered that Henry has been kidnapped. They Skype Rob immediately.
Rob,
Are you okay?
Yes. No. I don't know.
What are you going to do?
I need to get to England as soon as possible. I wish I was there with you now.
Me too. I just don't know what to do. Should we go back to the police?
I don't think so. You heard what they said. They're obviously watching you, and I don't want them to hurt Dad.
And we can't just give them the laptop. We know what they're capable of.
You're right. You know, there's something bothering me about Dad's message. It's the words he used.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure. Can you play the end of the message again for me?
Please, don't worry. Tell Rob his old man will be in his study again soon.
That sounds strange.
What sounds strange?
His old man.
Why is that strange? He is your dad.
But he'd never call himself my old man. It's just not like him.
So what are you saying? That he said it deliberately?
I think it could be a clue.
But old man? What on earth can that mean?
I don't know, but I'm sure it means something.
You know, there was something else. I could hear something in the background.
Like a generator or something.
Not just that. At the beginning of the video, it sounded like a church bell ringing.
Well, that could be anywhere.
Oh, you're right.
Anyway, I need to try and get a flight to London.
Okay, good luck. We'll call you later.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Well, you definitely can't go back to Henry's house now.
You're right. I'll need to find a room in a hotel or a B&B.
Don't be silly. You can stay here as long as you like.
Won't Simon mind?
Simon? Nah, he'll understand. And we've got the spare room.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
Thanks, Luke. That's very nice of you.
No worries. I'll tell you about the house.
.23
Luke and Jenny are in the kitchen.
It's a great location, and the rent is cheap. But Simon can be a bit difficult.
Oh, right.
He's got a few rules. After all, it is his house.
That's fine.
To start with, it's a no-smoking house.
Great.
And he's a strict vegetarian, so you can't cook meat or leave meat products in the fridge.
Uh-huh.
He just feels really strongly about not eating meat.
That's not a problem.
What about you? Is there anything you need?
There is one thing. Could I connect my phone to your Wi-Fi?
Sure. The passwords Luke and Simon Rule, all lowercase, all one word.
Got it.
Anything else?
Yeah, I have some clothes I need to wash. Is it okay if I use your washing machine?
Of course you can. But Simon prefers us to use the eco-friendly detergents. There's some in the cupboard.
Cool.
Oh, and you mustn't use a hot water program. He's very keen on saving energy.
Okay. And do you mind if I use your dryer too?
Sorry, we don't have one. But you can hang it out on the washing line.
Great. Is there anything else I should know?
No, I don't think so. Oh, you should probably move your car.
I guess Simon doesn't like cars either.
Well, no, but it's not that. We know the kidnappers have been watching us, right? They might see it and recognize us.
You're right. I'll move it right away.
Look, I'll come with you and we can get a coffee. There's a nice cafe around the corner.
Thanks, Luke.
.24
To start with, it's a no-smoking house. You can't cook meat or leave meat products in the fridge.
That's not a problem.
Is there anything you need?
There is one thing. Could I connect my phone to your Wi-Fi?
Sure. The passwords Luke and Simon Rule, all lowercase, all one word. Anything else?
Is it okay if I use your washing machine?
Of course you can. You mustn't use a hot water program.
Do you mind if I use your dryer too?
Sorry, we don't have one.
Is there anything else I should know?
No, I don't think so.
.25.
Day 3, 11 a.m. Jenny and Luke are in a cafe.
I hope we're doing the right thing.
What do you mean?
Maybe we should just go to the police.
We can't. You heard what the kidnappers said.
I know. But it's all such a mess. What will we do if we can't find him?
We will.
I hope so. I just don't know.
Is that Rob?
Yes. Rob, hi.
Hi, Jenny.
Any news?
It's snowing really heavily, and there aren't any flights to London. I don't know when I'm going to get back.
Oh, Rob, that's terrible.
I know, but I'll keep trying.
Is there anything we can do?
Yes, actually. I've been thinking about Dad's message. That old man business.
What about it?
He must be telling us where he is. It's the only explanation.
But what can we do about it? We don't know what it means.
Well, Dad also mentioned something about his study, didn't he?
Yeah, but...
I'm sure I remember something about an old man. It's the name of a book or a painting or something. And I think it's in the study.
Henry's study?
Yeah. Listen, Jenny, I think you'll have to go back there.
Back to Henry's house? But we know they're watching.
I know, and I'm really sorry, but it's our only chance.
You're right. Luke and I will figure something out.
Thanks, Jenny. I wish I was there to help.
Don't worry, we'll be okay. Talk to you soon.
Bye, Jenny. And be really careful.
Did you get that?
Yes, but we can't go to the house now. If they're there, they'll see us immediately.
We'll have to go when it's dark.
But they still might see us.
We can sneak in the back way. There's a footpath.
Good idea. I know that way really well. I used to play around there when I was a kid.
We'll need flashlights, though.
I've got some.
Okay. We'll have to be careful, but we just might be able to do this.
.26.
It's all such a mess. I hope so. I just don't know. Any news?
I know, but I'll keep trying. I've been thinking about Dad's message. That old man business.
Did you get that?
4.41.
How often do you go to the hairdressers?
Not very often. I think as a girl I should probably go a bit more, but it's been a few months.
What do you have done?
I just get my hair trimmed now. I used to get more done, I used to have layers put in it, but now I don't.
Have you ever had a haircut that you really didn't like?
Yes. The hairdresser cut my hair too short, and I was just looking in the mirror watching it get shorter and shorter, and just my smile completely disappeared, and I was so unhappy.
Do you still go to a bank, or do you do all your banking online?
I still go to a bank. I like the personal contact that you can have with people, and so I appreciate that.
Have you ever had a problem with online banking?
Yes, definitely. Sometimes when you forget your passwords or your login information, then that's definitely a problem, so that's why sometimes I like just to go into the bank.
Do you play video games or online games?
Yes, I used to play a lot of video games as a child, so more so as a child.
Why do you like them?
I like the kind of adventure of like the stories, especially of the older games. As a kid, you just like, all the graphics and, the characters, similar to like when I'm reading books and stuff. And I think it's quite, it's quite interactive, especially, keep your hands moving with the remote control. And yeah, I just think it's generally quite fun.
What's the most interesting historical site you've ever visited?
The most interesting historical site was probably Pompeii. I walked up Mount Vesuvius and kind of saw the kind of volcano. It's dormant now, but also walking around the ancient ruins of Pompeii was really interesting because you see things in their society that are similar to ours, like graffiti and kind of signs saying beware of the dog, and it's just really interesting to see like an ancient civilization that's frozen in time like that.
Why did you go there?
It was on a school trip when I was young, probably about like 15 years old.
Would you recommend it to other people?
I think I would. It was really interesting. It's also really nice weather down there as well. But it's just interesting walking around and just seeing the different elements to Roman society. And I was studying Latin at the time, so it kind of fitted in quite nicely.
5.2.
And now Brian is here to tell us about a fascinating project that's recording the life stories of people throughout the United States.
That's right, Liz. It's called the StoryCorps Project. And they've already recorded the stories of over 45,000 people. These are everyday, ordinary people, friends, older relatives with memory loss, also veterans and immigrants with powerful stories to tell. Everyone who participates receives a free CD with their story on it, and many stories are also online for everyone to enjoy.
Wow. Can you tell us about some of the people who have recorded their stories?
There are so many great ones. As I said, some of the people who have recorded their stories are people with memory problems.
Okay.
For instance, there was a very interesting story from a woman named Guinevere Mann, a young woman who has no short-term memory.
Oh, so she can't remember things that have just happened.
Yes, that's right. She was there with her boyfriend, Yasser Salim, and they talk about the things she does to help with her problem. For example, she always has a note card in her pocket with a date on it, and even things like meals. She has to write down every meal she's had. Before she started doing that, she would sometimes have lunch 3 times in a day because she didn't remember she'd eaten already.
Has she always had this condition?
No. She went to hospital for an operation and she had a stroke, and that's when her problem started. The doctors told her that her condition would improve in a couple of years, but unfortunately it didn't.
Oh, that sounds so sad.
Well, yes. And Guinevere did say that she was afraid she would wake up one day at age 80 and not remember the last 40 years of her life. But she and Yasser actually have a very positive attitude to it overall. She's able to laugh at her situation, and she tells a lot of funny stories. For example, she lives in New York, But after her stroke, she always used to say that she lived in San Francisco. Yassir would have to correct her every time, and she often used to ask him if one of her colleagues was her mother.
But she wasn't.
No, in fact, they look completely different. Guinevere's mom is dark-haired, but her colleague was blonde.
Ah. Does she mention any positive aspects of her memory loss?
Yes. For example, she ran the New York City Marathon with Yassir, and her memory loss actually helped her. She told Yassir not to let her look at any of the distance signs along the way.
So she didn't know how far she'd run?
Right. And when she asked Yassir how long they'd been running, he always told her it had been only 10 or 15 minutes, so she never felt tired or discouraged.
And did she finish?
Yes, absolutely. She said that finishing the marathon made her realize that although she had lost some things, she had gained others. It's a really inspiring story, like so many others. I really recommend you listen to some of them.
I will. Thank you very much for telling us about the project.
No problem.
5.3 1.
The doctors told her that her condition would improve in a couple of years.
2.
She lives in New York, but after her stroke, she always used to say that she lived in San Francisco.
3.
And she often used to ask him if one of her colleagues was her mother.
4.
She told Yassir not to let her look at any of the distance signs along the way.
5.4 1.
I love your bag.
She said she loved my bag.
I think you told me.
He said he thought we'd told him.
2.
I'm leaving now.
He said he was leaving.
See you tomorrow.
He said he'd see me the next day.
I did it yesterday.
She told me she'd done it the day before. I went skiing last week.
He said he'd been skiing the week before.
3.
We don't like it here.
She told us they didn't like it there.
This is your station.
She said that was our station.
5.5 1.
Where did you live before?
She asked where I'd lived before.
2.
Have you been to Australia?
He asked if we'd been to Australia. Are you coming with me?
She asked whether he was going with her.
5.6 1.
Don't forget.
He told me not to forget.
Wait in the car.
She told me to wait in the car. Buy 6 oranges.
He told me to buy 6 oranges.
2.
Could you close the window?
She asked me to close the window. Can you wait here, please?
He asked us to wait there.
5.7 Remember.
Memory. Memorable. Memorize. Memorial. Memoirs.
Forget.
Forgetful. Unforgettable.
5.11
Part 3. No,
No, she wasn't going to catch him so easily. He had already made his plans. He could catch the last ship along the Yangtze River to Chungking. After that, no one could get there until the following spring. He arrived at Chungking, but he was desperate now. He was not going to take any risks. There was a place called Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan, and it was 400 miles away. It could only be reached by road, and the area was full of thieves. A man would be safe there. George set out. He sighed with relief when he saw the walls of the lonely Chinese city. He could rest, at last. Mabel would never find him there. The British consul was a friend of his, and he stayed with him in his luxurious house. The weeks passed lazily, one after the other. One morning, George and the consul were in the courtyard when there was a loud knock at the door.
(5.12)
Part 4. One morning, George and the consul were in the courtyard when there was a loud knock at the door. The doorman opened it. Mabel walked in. She was neat and cool and fresh. There was nothing in her appearance to suggest that she had just come in after 2 weeks on the road. George was terrified. He was as pale as death. She went up to him.
Hello, George. I was so afraid that I'd missed you again.
Hello, Mabel,
he said. He did not know what to say. He looked this way and that. She stood between him and the doorway. She looked at him with a smile in her blue eyes.
You haven't changed at all,
she said.
I was afraid you'd got fat and bald. I've been so nervous. It would have been terrible if I hadn't been able to marry you after all.
She turned to George's host.
Are you the consul?
She asked.
I am.
Good. I'm ready to marry him as soon as I've had a bath.
And she did.
(5.13)
He ran to the departure gate, but the flight had already closed.
She didn't know where he'd gone.
We still hadn't had breakfast when the taxi arrived.
How long had they been engaged before they got married?
5.14 1.
We haven't been married long.
They said they hadn't been married long.
My boyfriend proposed to me in Paris.
She told me her boyfriend had proposed to her in Paris.
2.
I'd already seen the film.
He said he'd already seen the film.
5.15
If I'd known his number, I would have called him.
They'd have been much happier if they'd never met.
If I hadn't gone to university, I wouldn't have met my wife.
What would they have done if we'd been late?
5.16 1.
When I read your email, I understood why you'd left.
2.
If I'd known the weather was going to be so bad, I wouldn't have come.
3.
As soon as we got to the airport, we remembered that we hadn't locked the windows.
4.
He said that he hadn't seen her for ages.
5.
I would have bought the dress if it hadn't been so expensive.
5.17
Last weekend was my wife's sister's wedding in a little town in southern Egypt, and I nearly ruined it. I flew in from the UK 2 days before, and my one job was to bring the wedding dress, which the bride had had specially made by a well-known designer in London. Well, my flight to Cairo was delayed, so when I landed, I was in a hurry. I quickly picked up my suitcase and caught the overnight train heading south. As soon as I got there, I went to my hotel, opened my suitcase, and to my horror realised that it wasn't mine. My suitcase, with the dress inside, was presumably still at the airport in Cairo, or even worse, in the hands of a stranger. The ceremony was at 11 o'clock the following morning. I immediately went to the station and took the first train back to Cairo, and amazingly found the suitcase still at the airport. After another overnight train, I was back just in time for the wedding. I hadn't slept much at all, but I had the dress. The bride looked great, and the reception, which was at a hotel, was beautifully organised. All the guests had a great time, but I was so exhausted that by the time the best man was giving his speech, I had already fallen asleep at the table.
5.18 1. Our next story comes from Austria, where the perfect wedding was ruined by a joke. The bride, 27-year-old Tina Albrecht, and her fiancé Dietmar Koch wanted to get married at a beautiful castle in Steyr, a small town in Austria. There was just one problem. When the registrar asked Tina, "Do you take this man to be your husband?" she replied, "No, I don't." Tina was just joking because she wanted to bring a bit of humour into the ceremony, and of course she immediately corrected herself and said, "No, sorry, I do." But by then it was too late. Unfortunately for Tina and Dietmar, the law in Austria says that if either the bride or the groom says, "I don't," the wedding must be stopped, and it can't be held again for at least 10 weeks. As a result, the entire wedding was cancelled, and all the guests were sent home. Miss Albrecht said, "Now we have to wait until March before we can try again." She added, "Looking back on my joke, I suppose it was probably not so funny." 2.
Finally, here's an unusual story about a wedding disaster in Tokyo. It seems that the groom, 39-year-old Tatsuhiko Kawata, got a very bad case of wedding nerves the night before his wedding. According to the police, Mr. Kawata decided he wasn't ready to get married. So what did he do? At 2:30 in the morning, he went to the hotel where the ceremony was going to take place and set fire to it. Kawata was arrested after hotel staff told the police that he had phoned that afternoon saying he was thinking of cancelling the wedding. He told a Japanese newspaper, "I thought if I started a fire, I wouldn't have to go through with the wedding."
3.
Up next, we go to a small town near Chicago, where an ordinary wedding has ended very strangely. In fact, it ended before it ever began. The problem started because the groom, Timothy Thompson, was late for his wedding. He was also very excited. As a result, when he got in his car, a Jeep Grand Cherokee, to drive to the church, he ended up driving at 100 miles per hour. According to the police, not only was he driving way over the speed limit, but he was also driving dangerously, changing lanes, and at one point almost crashed. When the police finally caught up with him in the parking lot of the church, Timothy explained that he was only speeding so that he could get to the church before the ceremony began. But the police were not in a romantic mood, it seems. They arrested him and took him to jail, and the wedding was cancelled.
5.24 1.
False.
The US is number 7 on the list. Singapore has the highest percentage of millionaires, Switzerland has the second highest, and Qatar is third.
2.
True. About 200 common words are spelt differently in British and American English.
3.
False. Although it is true that many Americans don't own passports, the figure is only 60%, according to a recent survey, and only about 5% of Americans travel abroad per year.
4.
False. American men do only 33% of the housework, according to a recent survey. The same survey found that American women cook between 80 and 90% of the family's meals.
5.
False. The world's first skyscraper was in Chicago. It was finished in 1885, had 10 floors, and was 42 meters high.
6.
True. About 50% of adult Americans are now single. 30% of U.S. households have only one resident.
7.
False. There has never been an official language of the United States. However, immigrants who want to become citizens must pass an exam in English.
8.
True. However, after joining the U.S. in 1845, Texas left again in 1861 during the Civil War. It then joined the U.S. when the war had ended in 1865.
9.
False. The U.S. economy is still the world's largest. However, some economists think that China's will be larger by the year 2030.
10.
True. The name soccer was first used in the 1860s in British schools. But when the sport spread out of schools to the public as a whole, the name football took over. For an American, football means American football, a completely different sport.
5.25. 1.
His name was David.
They haven't been here before.
2.
I'm sitting on the bus.
They aren't coming to the party.
I was cycling to work when I saw him.
Were they watching TV when you phoned?
She's been learning Japanese for 2 years.
They haven't been working here long.
Lots of clothes are now being made in the Far East.
Millions of books have been digitized.
5.26. 1.
What do you do?
I did my homework last night.
2.
She doesn't speak English.
Where do they live?
They didn't go to the theatre.
Did you enjoy the film?
5.27. 1.
I have 2 brothers and a sister.
He's having a shower at the moment.
What did you have for dinner?
2.
I have to be at the airport at 11.
We had our computer repaired last week.
3.
They've bought a new car.
I haven't seen him recently.
Has he ever been to Spain?
4.
I was sure I'd seen him before.
We were hungry because we hadn't had breakfast.
Had she tried to phone you before she arrived?
5.28. 1.
The capital of the USA is Washington, D.C.
2,
It isn't New York.
3,
When are your friends arriving?
4,
I have a house in New Jersey.
5,
How long have you known your best friend?
6,
I haven't seen my grandparents for ages.
7,
Anne does Pilates twice a week.
8,
Where does your sister live?
9,
My brother doesn't like animals.
5.29. 1. Andy.
I think one of the best contributions America has made has been the Hollywood film industry, especially pre-turn of this current century. So we're looking at films from the Marx Brothers and Harold Lloyd to films like Gone with the Wind, then films from somebody like Martin Scorsese or Woody Allen. I think these Hollywood movies have brought American culture and made it a higher culture in many ways and made it very exciting. I definitely think that the American ability to consume food in such vast quantities, such big sizes and mega sizes, it's been talked about in so many ways, supersizing food. I think that's a bad contribution that America has made to the general things in the world.
2. Molly.
I think the best thing about America is the can-do spirit, that you can do anything you want if you work hard enough and you really believe in your dream. I think that's great. I think the downside of America is all the chains, the sort of global chains that are set up in all countries now. And so there's shops that are the same everywhere. And I think that's really a bad thing.
3. Jenny.
I think one of America's best contributions worldwide would be our effect to people's positivity and energy. We really are a new country, and I think that's helped us to have that kind of onwards, upwards, bigger, better kind of attitude. And I think that affects everyone, and people look to America for that. But on the other hand, they look to us for other things like not being very healthy, being kind of fat in general, and not really having so much positivity when it comes to our bodies.
5.30. 1.
Biscuit.
Cookie.
2.
Mobile phone.
Cell phone.
3.
Toilet.
Restroom.
4.
Film.
Movie.
5.
Cinema.
Movie theater.
6.
Secondary school.
High school.
7.
Holiday.
Vacation.
8.
Rubbish.
Garbage.
9.
Car park.
Parking lot.
10.
Chips.
Fries.
5.31. 1. G.
Lift.
Elevator.
2. H.
Sweets.
Candy.
3. A.
Flat.
Apartment.
4. F.
Petrol.
Gas.
5. B.
Q.
Stand in line.
6. J.
Trainers.
Sneakers.
7. E.
Underground.
Subway.
8. I.
Pavement.
Sidewalk.
9. D.
Bill.
Check.
10. C.
Tap.
Faucet.
5.32. Text 1. 1.
Compliment.
2.
Awesome.
3.
Turkey.
4.
Get.
5.
Creepy.
Text 2. 6.
Nod.
7.
Fortnight.
8.
Weird.
9.
Inaccurate.
10.
Would rather.
Who's negative about American culture? You'd be surprised.
In a recent survey, the Wall Street Journal asked more than 18,000 people in 18 countries, 16 European nations plus the US and Russia, to identify the best and worst parts of US cultural influence in the world. What Europeans think? Among Europeans, 32% said US influence was negative, while 26% gave a positive response. 40% said American films and television programs were the best contribution, making this the most popular category overall. All of the European countries said American food was the worst contribution. 65% of French people gave this answer, the highest in the group. What Americans think? Surprisingly, many Americans view their own country more negatively than Europeans do. 46% of Americans said the U.S. has a negative influence in the world, while only 33% described it as positive. Americans named a number of different things as their country's best contribution to world culture, including the food at 11%. When asked to identify America's worst contribution, 32% of Americans pointed to film and television, much higher than in any other country.
6 Things Americans Do That Drive Brits Crazy by Ruth Margulies. American people are some of the friendliest you'll ever meet. But occasionally they do things that we find a bit eccentric. Saying, "I love your accent." Before I moved to the USA, I never imagined that my London accent made me sound intelligent. At first, the compliments were nice. But then, a New York mum asked me to teach her 2-year-old how to talk like me. A bit too much, I thought. Being too nice. In America, people in shops say things like, "Ma'am, you have been an awesome customer today," just because I bought some toilet paper. I do not want that. Flying to clear the table. American waiters love to please, but sometimes they're too helpful. Over-enthusiastic waiters take away your plate the second it's empty, even if no one else at the table has finished. Insisting that turkey is tasty. There's a good reason why Brits only eat this bird at Christmas. Turkey meat is dry and tasteless, but Americans put it in everything. Burgers, meatballs, lasagna, everything. Being such patriots. We get it. You're proud to be an American. We Brits like our country too. But to your average Brit, hanging a giant flag from your house is a little bit creepy. Not knowing how to spell words or pronounce them. Having to remove U's from words like colour and change RE to ER in words like theatre is a headache. And Americans, please note, saying herb instead of herb and pronouncing fillet as filet without the T is not clever or sophisticated. You are not French.
6 Things Brits Do That Drive Americans Crazy by Maria Roth. We Americans love Brits. They're so charming and smart. But there are some things about them that we don't quite understand. Being unfriendly. When strangers in stores and people on the street make eye contact, nod, or say hi, it's okay to smile and say hello back. We won't bite. Overcooking vegetables. The authentic British way to prepare vegetables is to put them in boiling water for a fortnight. We Americans think this is weird and unpleasant. Believing the stereotypes. Oh, we fat Americans with our guns and flags. Too many Brits are convinced that this inaccurate picture of us is true, and we are not amused. Being a bit stingy. It seems that some Brits would rather not leave a 15 to 20% tip for their waitress. They may not realize that waiters in the U.S. are paid very low wages and depend on tips to survive. Thinking we're stupid. We get it. In British English, trousers means pants, and pants are really underwear. And the letter Z is Z to Americans, but Z to Brits. We Americans just have a different way of speaking and writing. It doesn't mean we're stupid, and I promise we're not trying to offend you. Not wanting to share. Brits are famous for being reserved. They never complain or discuss their problems. But that's not the way we do things here. We're more open with our friends, and even with strangers. And when people don't share, we find it strange.
5.34
Candidate.
Exam.
Examiner.
Invigilator.
Multiple choice.
Oral.
5.35 1.
Zebra. Z. Revises. Prepares. Gives.
2.
Dog. D. Failed. Learned. Cheated.
3.
Car. Ah. Marks. Grant. Cram.
4.
Horse. Or. Work. Oral. Report.
5.
Clock. O. Wrong. Diploma. College.
6.
Tree. E. Thesis. Degree. Science.
7.
Bull. School. Good. Childhood.
8.
Fish. I. Written. Idea. Result.
9.
Egg. Guess. Test. Before.
5.36. 1. Mark.
What's the hardest exam you've ever taken?
My A-level physics exam. I didn't understand at least half the questions.
Have you ever done an exam where everything went wrong?
I'm afraid so. For a history O-level, there were 5 questions, all short essays. I'd prepared 5 questions from previous exam papers, but nothing else. So I was gambling that at least 3 of the questions would come up, but none of them did. So obviously I didn't pass it.
How did you usually prepare for a big exam?
I remember it generally involved a lot of coffee and late nights.
Did you find exams stressful?
I never got that stressed about them until it was too late. That may have had a negative effect on the results, come to think of it. I was never the world's best at exams. I usually passed, but the results were never brilliant.
2. Sophie.
What's the hardest exam you've ever taken?
I guess the hardest exam was probably my driving test, the practical part. I just didn't know what to expect. In fact, I failed 3 times before I finally passed.
Have you ever done an exam where everything went wrong?
Yes, in the beginning of my first driving test, I refused to stop where the examiner asked me to stop. I just didn't think it looked safe, and I thought it was a trick. I thought that he was asking me to do something dangerous to test me. Anyway, it wasn't a trick, and he wasn't happy at all.
How did you usually prepare for a big exam?
I did a lot of revising. For some exams at school and university, I also remember eating a lot of fish, as I was told it helped. It's supposed to be good for your brain.
Did exams used to stress you out?
Yes, I hated exams and used to get very nervous and stressed beforehand. But once the exam had started, I usually relaxed.
3. Kate.
What's the hardest exam you've ever taken?
Oh, definitely my 11+ exam. It was the first exam I'd ever done in my life. I was shocked. I still remember one of the questions. It was, who was the father of the son of William Shakespeare? I couldn't work out the answer.
Have you ever done an exam where everything went wrong?
No, I revised too much to let anything like that happen to me.
How did you usually prepare for a big exam?
Well, despite being a teacher now and telling my students not to study the night before the exam, to have an early night, I didn't used to do that myself. I used to cram right up until the last minute, and even if I did have an early night, I slept really badly.
Did exams used to stress you out?
Oh, yes, because you can have a bad day and simply not be able to show your real ability in a subject. I always worried that that would happen to me.
4. Paul.
What's the hardest exam you've ever taken?
Probably the exam at the end of the first year of my geography course at university. Not because the questions were very difficult, but because I'd done so little work for it.
Have you ever done an exam where everything went wrong?
Oh, yes. I thought I'd done quite well in my GCSE chemistry exam, but I failed it. So something must have gone very wrong.
How did you usually prepare for a big exam?
I used to read notes over and over again, right up till the last possible minute. I relied heavily on short-term memory, I think.
Did exams used to stress you out?
Not really, though they probably would now. when I was at school and university, it was just part of life, so not particularly stressful.
5.37.
The first tip may seem obvious, but it's vital. Get to the place where the oral exam is going to be held in plenty of time. You need to relax before the exam, and if you're late, you'll be stressed, and that will make it much more difficult. Try to get there at least half an hour before your time. Then, when you go into the exam, make eye contact with the examiner or examiners and smile. Examiners are human too. Treat them in a polite but friendly way. Body language is important too. Sit up straight, and if you're doing the exam with another candidate, try to look interested in what he or she is saying. Another important tip, if you're doing the interview in pairs, and many of the oral exams nowadays are in pairs, is to make sure you give your partner the opportunity to speak too. Ask for your partner's opinion after you've given your own, and try to integrate him or her into the conversation as much as possible. Finally, 2 tips for when it's your turn to speak. Firstly, if you can't think of the word for what you want to say, don't freeze and say nothing. Paraphrase. Use other words to communicate what you want to say. Say, I'm sorry, I can't remember the word, but it's... Don't forget that this happens to people all the time, even if they're speaking their own language. And my last tip is don't use prepared speeches, rehearsed speeches. Examiners can spot them straight away, and they give a very bad impression. It's fine to prepare and to memorise words and phrases that you might need, for example, to describe what you do, but don't try to memorise whole speeches. Try to remember the tips, and good luck. I'm sure you'll do well.
A nation prepares for the dreaded Gao Kao.
Shanghai, the 5th of June. Tomorrow, cities throughout China will close roads near schools, prohibit the hooting of car horns, and even change some aeroplane flight paths so that 9 million students can concentrate on the Gao Kao, the 3-day-long National University Entrance Exam. University places are scarce in China, and most students are not going to have a chance if they do not do well on the Gao Kao, a name which means high exam in Mandarin Chinese. The stakes are very high indeed. A place in a top university will almost always lead to a high-paid job after graduation. For millions of Chinese, the exam is an important chance to improve their lives. And because most Chinese families have only one child, the pressure on candidates is intense. We spoke to students who hadn't been out with their friends for many months and who were studying all the time that they weren't sleeping. While some cram, others cheat. Each year, candidates are caught with high-tech devices such as wireless earphones, as well as pens and watches with tiny scanners. James Bond would be proud. Teachers' lives are difficult too. One Gao Kao tutor explained her schedule. Morning exercises start at 6:10 a.m. Evening classes end at 10 p.m. Students get only 1 day off a month, and teachers must spend that day marking practice exams. To prepare for the exam, students memorize past exam papers and try to guess what questions will be asked this year. All candidates answer questions in Chinese, maths, and English, then choose 2 additional subjects: history, geography, physics, biology, chemistry, or political ideology. Some of the unusual essay questions that have appeared on past papers include: An Englishman dreams of living in Western China in another era. Write a story based on this. Why chase mice when there are fish to eat? Talk about water. Why do we want to return to our childhood? The exam has been criticised for testing endurance rather than intelligence. Small reforms were made to the exam a few years ago, but little has changed overall. More and more Chinese students have been moving overseas for university or even secondary school, just to avoid the Gao Kao. The number of candidates who sit the exam has fallen dramatically in recent years, from 10.2 million in 2009 to 9 million this year. However, at the same time, the Gao Kao is beginning to be more widely recognised abroad. The University of Sydney has said it will accept Gao Kao scores from Chinese students in place of its own entrance exam. China may not need to reform the Gao Kao after all. It will reform the rest of us.
5.19
Day 4, 4 a.m. Jenny and Luke have gone back to Henry's house and are in his study. They're looking for a clue about an old man, but time is running out.
Keats, the Iliad, poems by Byron, the complete works of Shakespeare. Nothing about an old man.
Not even a picture on the front cover.
What about those paintings? Anything there?
I've already checked them. Nothing. Should we look through each book?
That could take forever, and we don't have time. Oh, this is hopeless. It's okay. It's Rob. Rob?
Jenny, any luck?
No, we've been here for hours and we've looked everywhere. We haven't found a single thing about an old man. Look, Rob, maybe the old man thing wasn't a secret message at all.
But it sounded so odd. And why would he mention his study?
Well, he's under a lot of pressure. He probably just...
Wait.
What?
Is there anything on top of the bookcase?
Just a load of old books. We've already been through them.
Isn't there anything else?
Wait a second. Yeah, there are 2 small paperweights.
Do they have anything written on them?
This one says Apollo, god of music and poetry.
What about the other one?
It says Proteus, the old man of the sea.
That must be what Dad meant.
What does it mean? Who's Proteus?
You know, that name sounds familiar.
I think he's a Greek god. Dad's got loads of stuff like that.
No, not that. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere. I'll Google it.
Does it mean anything to you, Rob?
No. I can't remember hearing it before. Maybe it's someone's name, or...
Got it! Proteus is a biochemical company. It's based in Oxford, and... Oh, I don't believe it!
What is it, Luke?
It's right by St. Bartholomew's Church. You know, the one with the famous bells.
That must be where Henry is! Rob, we've got to go call the police.
Day 4, 4:15 a.m. Inspector Lang is on night duty at the police station. She's making a cup of tea when she receives a phone call.
Lang speaking. Yes. Oh, Jenny Zielinski. OK, slow down. Where? Proteus? Yes, I know it. No, Jenny, you can't go down there. It's too dangerous, and it's illegal. I know, but... OK, but not on your own. We'll meet you there in 10 minutes.
Day 4, 5 a.m. Jenny and Luke meet Inspector Lang outside the Proteus building. They're in her car, and she's in contact with 2 policemen by radio. They are going to the Proteus building. Luke is looking at the plans of the building on his laptop. Jenny tells her about Henry's message.
It was nighttime, and we could hear a generator in the background.
Right. So we're looking for a room with a generator. How are you doing, Luke?
I'm just downloading the plans for the Proteus building now. That's it? Done. Okay. There's only one room with a generator. It's in the basement.
Excellent.
The inspector radios the 2 police officers who are just outside the Proteus building.
Tom, where are you?
We're approaching a side entrance. There's nobody around.
OK. Tom, I'm going to hand you over to Luke. He's going to guide you to a room in the basement. That's where we think Henry's being held.
Got it.
Be careful.
Don't worry. Come on.
.20
Day 4, 5:10 a.m. The policemen go into the Proteus building. Luke directs them from a police car outside. He's looking at the plans of the building on his screen.
OK. Go to the end of the corridor, go through the door and turn right.
We're in a large open area.
That's right. Now, go straight ahead. You should see some stairs on your right. Go past the stairs and a coffee bar. Turn right. Carry on, and you should see a set of double doors.
Should we go through?
Yes. Now you should see some stairs on your left.
Yeah, I see them.
Right. Go down the stairs. Continue straight on and walk down the ramp.
We're at the end of the ramp. Which way now?
Turn right and carry on straight along the corridor. Go past a maintenance room and 2 fuse boxes and try the next door on your right.
The door's locked. Is there another way?
Hold on. OK, turn round and go back down the corridor.
Should we go back up the ramp?
No. Go straight to the end of the corridor and turn left.
We're here. There are 2 doors. Which one should we take?
Try the one on your left.
It's open.
What can you see?
There are 3 big safes and cages full of documents. Are you sure this is the right way?
Yes. You're in the storeroom. Can you hear a generator?
Yes. It's coming from the end of the corridor.
Head towards it. But watch out for guards.
There's a door here and a narrow corridor to the right. What should we do?
I don't know.
Wait. I can hear voices. There are people in there.
That must be the room.
Okay. We're going in.
Break it down.
There he is!
Oh,
Thank goodness!
5.21.
OK. Go to the end of the corridor, go through the door and turn right. Now, go straight ahead. You should see some stairs on your right. Go past the stairs and a coffee bar. Turn right, carry on, and you should see a set of double doors.
Should we go through?
Now you should see some stairs on your left. Go down the stairs. Continue straight on and walk down the ramp.
Which way now?
Turn right and carry on straight along the corridor.
Is there another way?
Turn round and go back down the corridor. Go straight to the end of the corridor and turn left.
Which one should we take?
Try the one on your left.
Are you sure this is the right way?
Head towards it.
5.22.
Day 4, 5 p.m. Henry is finally back at home with Jenny and Luke. They're talking to a relieved Rob on Skype and listening to a radio news report about the kidnapping.
Police have arrested a man and a woman following a raid on the Proteus building in Oxford early this morning. They have been named locally as Selina Lavelle and Grant McFadden. Mr. McFadden has been charged with assault following the brutal attack on research scientist Andrew Page, who is still recovering in hospital. Ms. Lavelle has been charged with false imprisonment, extortion, blackmail, and industrial espionage. Police believe she organised the kidnapping of university lecturer Henry Walker. Mr. Walker, who was rescued in the raid, told reporters he had been through a terrible ordeal but hadn't been badly hurt. He wished Andrew Page a speedy recovery and said he would visit him in hospital. Mr. Walker thanked the police for their hard work. He said that he was too tired to talk to reporters in detail and was just looking forward to returning home.
Well, Henry, you're kind of a star.
I never expected to become a celebrity, not at my age.
Well, next time you're kidnapped, Dad, try to set us an easier clue.
I must admit, I was beginning to lose hope. Took you a long time to work it out.
You can't blame us. Proteus, the old man of the sea. How are we supposed to know that?
You need to brush up on your classics.
Oh, come on, Henry. I think we did really well.
No, I'm joking. You were great, and I really have to thank you. Goodness knows what would have happened if you hadn't found me in time.
We're just glad we did.
Henry puts a bottle of champagne on the table.
Now, I had been saving this for a special occasion, and I think this is it. Could you fetch some glasses, Luke?
No worries.
It's great to have you back, Dad.
It sure is.
I just wish you were here, Rob.
Well, it's just stopped snowing. I could get a flight now, and maybe we could stay there for longer. What do you think, Jenny?
Oh, I don't know. The English countryside is a little too wild for me. I can't wait to get back to the peace and quiet of New York. Oh, thank you.
5.23.
I must admit, I was beginning to lose hope. Goodness knows what would have happened if you hadn't found me in time. Could you fetch some glasses, Luke?
It's great to have you back, Dad.
I just wish you were here, Rob.
I can't wait to get back to the peace and quiet of New York.
5.38.
Do you have a good memory?
I think I do, but my husband would disagree.
Is there anything you specifically have a problem remembering?
Usually names and people's faces. I tend to forget. I meet a lot of people in our neighborhood from walking my dog, and I can't remember them unless they have their dog with them.
Are you married?
I am married.
What kind of wedding did you have?
I had a very classy, small wedding, about 100 people. I was only engaged for 3 weeks, so it was very simple but very classy.
Where did it take place?
I got married in my childhood church, and it just came together. It was just very warm. All the people that I love, my family, his family, were there. It was just a really happy time.
What's the best influence that the USA has had on the world?
I would say music. Blues and jazz and rock and roll all came out of the US. And they are uniquely American, even though they have sources in other places. I think the combination is American, and that's something that's very important to me.
And the worst influence?
I think the worst thing is the obsession with money. I think an idea seemed to come out of the US certainly in the 1970s, 1980s, that money was the most important thing and nothing else mattered. And I think that's had a negative effect on most of the rest of the world.
Are there any American fast food places near where you live?
Yes, there are at least 3 that I can think of that are very close to my house.
Do you ever go there?
No, never.
Why not?
Because I don't like the food, and I would rather go somewhere that has a better atmosphere and food that I like.
How do you feel about taking exams?
I don't like taking exams, but I usually put up with it. Usually if I study hard for them, then I'm pretty confident. I'm not really usually stressed out of exams, but I mean, who likes taking exams? So.
Have you ever had an exam disaster?
I haven't really had a disaster where I completely bombed the exam, because usually I'm pretty well prepared, but I have had a couple exams where I thought I did really well, but it turns out I didn't do as well as I thought.